Good morning. I would like to call the July 23, 2026 board meeting to order. The time is 9:04. I will start the meeting this morning with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand. We will do to the American flag and the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Good morning. Now I will read the mission statement and philosophy. Our mission statement of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. The board fulfills its mission through the regulation of the practice of nursing and the approval of nursing education programs. This mission, derived from the Nursing Practice Act, supersedes the interest of any individual, the nursing profession, or any special interest group. Our philosophy: acting in accordance with the highest standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness, the Texas Board of Nursing approaches its mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility and affirms that the regulation of nursing is a public and private trust. The board assumes a proactive leadership role in regulating nursing practice and nursing education. The board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration in addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. So I'd like to welcome all of our board members, board staff, and audience this morning to this board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.127. Please remember to mute or turn off any cell phones. Today's meeting is being held in person at the George Herbert Walker Bush Building, located at 1801 Congress Avenue, room 4.300, Austin, Texas, and is open for anyone of the public to attend and observe. We will begin with a board member roll call. Dr. Benton.
Elizabeth Adamson, representing RN Practice.
Elizabeth Adamson, representing RN Practice, present.
Kathy Boswell, representing ADN Education. Ms. Boswell is absent. Manny Cavazos, representing Consumers.
Manny Cavazos, representing Consumers, present.
Daryl Chambers, representing Consumers.
Daryl Chambers, present.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, representing Registered Nurse Practice.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, present.
Maisie Jamison, representing Consumers.
Maisie Jamison, present.
Ken Johnson, representing LVN Education.
Ken Johnson, present.
Mary Grace Landrum, representing Consumers.
Mary Grace Landrum, present.
Nancy Lewis, representing LVN Practice.
Nancy Lewis, present.
Kathy Lederhorn, representing LVN Practice.
Kathy Lederhorn, present.
Allison Porter Edwards, representing BSN Education.
Allison Edwards, representing Baccalaureate Education, present.
Drew Riddle, representing Advanced Practice.
Drew Riddle, present.
Melissa Scott, representing LVN Practice. Ms. Scott is absent. Kathy Ship, representing Advanced Practice.
Kathy Ship, present.
And Rick Williams, representing Consumers. Excuse me. Mr. Williams is absent. Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We will now proceed with the introduction of board members and staff.
Good morning. I'm Carol Hawkins Garcia. I represent RN Practice. I'm from San Antonio, Texas. I work as a nurse consultant in acute care setting.
Good morning. My name is Drew Riddle. I represent Advanced Practice Nursing. I'm a certified registered nurse anesthetist from Fort Worth, Texas.
Good morning. I'm Mary Grace Landrum from Houston, Texas, and I'm a retired educational and leadership consultant.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Lederhorn. I represent LVN Practice. I'm currently employed with Cadence Remote Patient Monitoring Company, and I live in Granbury, Texas.
Hello, I'm Daryl Chambers. I represent consumers, and I'm from Grand Prairie, Texas.
Good morning. My name's Allison Edwards. I'm faculty at University of Texas Cizik School of Nursing in Houston. I reside in Bel Air, and I represent baccalaureate education.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education, and I'm faculty at Howard College in San Angelo.
My name is Maisie Jameson. I live in Dallas. I represent consumers. I retired from Children's Medical Center as Chief Public Policy Officer.
My name is Nancy Lewis. I represent LVN Practice, and I work as a compliance specialist for RHC clinics in Burnett, Texas.
My name is Manuel Cavazos. I represent consumers. I'm a CPA and an attorney. I was born in Laredo, raised in Matamoros and Brownsville, and I'm from Manor now.
Good morning. I'm Ellie Adamson. I represent RN Practice. I'm the Assistant Chief Nursing Officer at HCA Rio Grande Regional Hospital in Mission, Texas, and I reside in Mission, Texas.
Hello, I'm Kathy Shipp. I'm an advanced practice nurse. I reside in Canyon, Texas. I practice doing some women's health, and so welcome today. Now we're going to go with our staff.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Kristen Benton, Executive Director.
Good morning. My name is Giselle Gonzalez, Director of Operations.
John Vanderford, Deputy General Counsel.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Diggs. I currently serve as the Director of Enforcement.
Hello, I'm Danielle Green, Assistant Director of Enforcement.
Good morning. Nicole Buckingham. I am the Director of Licensing and Customer Service.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kathy Smith. I'm the Director of Nursing.
Paul Bradley, Lead Consultant for Nursing Practice.
Lisa Donnelly, Nursing Consultant for Education. Good morning.
Good morning. Beverly Skloss, Nursing Consultant for Education.
Good morning. My name is Dusty Johnston, and I'm the General Counsel for the Board of Nursing.
Thank you. And we as board members appreciate all of these staff, and we have 100 more that are back running on the treadmill of life, taking care of us so that we can be here today. So we appreciate them so much. So thank you. Thank you, members and staff. So let's get started with reviewing the agenda. Are there any changes, corrections, amendments to the full agenda?
Madam President, there is a change under item 8.1, agreed orders. Please remove the agreed orders of Aguabor Victoria LVN 215185 and Watson Jennifer Marie RN 931055.
Can I get a motion to approve the agenda with the removal of these two agreed orders of Aguabor Victoria LVN 215185 and Watson Jennifer Marie RN 931055?
This is Mary Grace Landrum, and I so move.
This is Ken
I
Johnson.
second.
I second.
Okay. So having a motion and a second to approve the agenda, if no objection from board members, the agenda is approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy, Rule 4. Board members, let's review the minutes. Hold on a second. Okay. All right. So now we'll review the minutes from April 23, 2026 board meeting. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes if there are no corrections?
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to approve the minutes of the April 23rd, 2026 board meeting.
And is there a second?
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second to approve the minutes, if no objection from board members, the minutes are approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy, Rule 4. Let's move on to consent agenda. Now, board members, are there any items on consent agenda only that anyone would like to have pulled off consent agenda? And this is for consent agenda only. Okay, and hearing none, continuing with consent agenda, board members, are there any recusals for consent agenda? This is for the consent agenda only. Are there any items on consent agenda only that anyone needs to recuse themselves from? So we have, I hear none. Can I get a motion to approve consent agenda?
This is Drew Riddle. I motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second on the motion to approve the consent agenda?
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll now take a vote. Okay, so the motion passes. Thank you, board members. Board members, staff, audience, we'll now begin the meeting with agenda item 1.1, Executive Director Report. Dr. Benton?
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. A copy of my report is available on our website under the meeting agendas, but I want to highlight some items here. From a national perspective, the National Council of State Boards of Meeting has held a number of events and in which our staff proudly has been a part of. Most recently, the Discipline Case Management Conference, which pulls together enforcement staff of boards of nursing across the country. Two of our staff members, Lisa Bailey, who is one of our nurse investigators, and Paul Bradley, who is our lead practice consultant, went on the road and presented an overview of APRN run med spas and gave a legislative and Texas board perspective presentation. Coming up, the council will host an NCLEX virtual conference. This is open to the public, and for members and staff, it is free of charge. It's virtual. They've offered this virtually every year for several years now. It's a great conference for educators, for regulators to attend and get the latest on everything NCLEX. Let's see. The International Center for Regulatory Scholarship has been the council's online platform for professional development for nursing regulators, and it is offering courses that are open to the public for a small fee and open to board members and board staff free of charge. It will continue to offer courses through the end of this calendar year, and then it will be transitioning to a new platform that they're calling Meridians. It will be formally revealed at the August annual meeting and is anticipated to launch in the fall of 2026. NCSBN also puts out a number of periodicals, including the Journal of Nursing Regulation, which is a peer-reviewed journal, but they're also professional publications. One of them is NCSBN's Leader to Leader, and I just wanted to highlight that the pilot program that the board approved that is called SNAPPY, which is a shared appointment model, shared nurse academic practice partner initiative. That's a mouthful. This pilot program that is a collaborative with Sam Houston State University, it was highlighted. So I encourage you to take a look at that. On the state level, the board will be engaging in the next, well, we're already started, but we'll have a formal meeting at the end of August with the Texas Regulatory Efficiency Office, also known as TREO. This office exists to review state agency rules to reduce regulatory burdens and unnecessary rules to increase transparency for Texans. So we have been for several months now reviewing our rules internally to suggest some changes to make our rules more transparent. So we're kind of at the beginning of this phase, but more to come on that. And then I also want to highlight that Ken Johnson was reappointed to the NCSBN NCLEX Item Reviews Subcommittee. So he's already served one term, and I know some of our other members have served on this committee. It's a very hard-working committee. They review literally thousands of exam items to ensure that the exam is contemporary and consistent with nursing regulations across the country. So thank you, Ken, for your service. John Vanderford was recently appointed to the Nurse Licensure Compact Rules Committee. So he'll be having his first meeting early September, right? End of August. So we're really proud to have John represent Texas and contribute to the NLC rules. Our agency strategic plan was completed and posted on June 1st. It's on our website. And we just last week received instructions from the Legislative Budget Board and state leadership to get to work on our legislative appropriations request. So Giselle and our entire team are working hard on that. It is due August 14th. And of course, on this agenda today, the board will consider an update to the exceptional items that staff recommend we include in our appropriations request. Okay, big news. Senate Bill 912 that passed last session is the bill that will require all nurses to upload evidence of continuing education with each renewal. And staff have worked so hard, and I really want to give kudos to Nicole Buckingham, who has taken the heavy, heavy load of getting a module designed and free of charge. And I'm just really proud of the work that she's done. And I want to pass the baton to her to give a little update.
Thank you, Dr. Benton. I am thrilled to announce that testing has completed, and we are looking at this going live next week. That is for nurses. That is in advance to give nurses 30 days prior to when the requirement goes into effect so they can start uploading their CE. So I'm really excited about that. We have a wonderful practice team who is already hard at work on some walkthrough videos that will be posted to our website. We'll get the information out there for you. And I am very excited. As soon as it opens up, I encourage you all to take a look at it. Of course, provide me your feedback if you have any. But yes, that's very exciting.
That's it. Yay.
Madam President.
So just for all the nurses in the audience who aren't maybe as familiar as staff who've been working it every day for the past year and a half, the bill requires, beginning on September 1st of this year, anyone who goes to renew their license needs to upload PDFs, digital copies of their certificates of continuing education. Or you might know that in Rule Chapter 216, we have other methods that meet continuing education requirements. One of them that seems super obvious is if you're enrolled in an academic nursing program to further your education in nursing. So the module that Nicole and her team have put together really does a nice job of accommodating all the possible forms of evidence that can qualify. And so when the nurse goes to renew that renewal application, because not only did it involve creating this module, it involved updating every single application to incorporate this regulation. So the renewal application will ask each nurse, have you uploaded, yes or no? And obviously if you answer no, you can't go forward. So it'll direct you back to the page. The most beautiful thing, and of course, with any rollout of a technology product, there will be hiccups. We know that. We're not naive to that. But one of the beautiful things is that it is incorporated in the same portal that every nurse goes to renew their license in. There's no separate login, separate account. So hopefully that eliminates some of the frustration and hair pulling of I can't get logged in to upload what I need to upload to renew my license. Yes, we're open to feedback as it gets rolled out. But the other nice perk is that it's not only when a nurse renews that they can upload documents, they can do it year round. So as soon as they complete and get their cert, they can just fire it away into the portal so it's there forever. And we are working toward allowing the third-party education provider channel to feed our portal. We're not quite there yet, but we're working on it. So be glad to answer any questions about that, or rather Nicole would probably be the expert to answer those questions. Okay, so we're working on that education piece so everyone knows where to go and how to do it, and we're excited. Okay. We had some really notable recognitions recently that I've written up under the agency news section of my report. We had an imposter alert that was published, and this was a case that was referred for prosecution both in Texas and New Mexico. It's gotten a lot of media coverage most recently, and it was a significant case. And Amanda Parker, our investigator, was instrumental in her investigative work to make this possible, to make sure that this individual was referred. And she was recently commended by the Texas Office of the Attorney General Medical Fraud Control Unit for her work and for her collaboration with their group. So we're really, really proud and thank Mandy for her hard work. Also, we received a very nice visit from the Drug Enforcement Agency Dallas Field Office, and their representatives presented the board and Gary Cox, who is an investigator with the board, with a certificate of appreciation for contributions to a pretty significant prescription fraud investigation. And we are just so honored to be able to collaborate with other agencies. And we just learned actually that DEA will be setting up an office in this building. I believe it's next month. So really thankful for Mandy and Gary's hard work. We've also taken our show on the road and other venues. Practice consultants Mary Jane Philby Dollins and Ellen Hazlitt recently presented at the HHSC conference on delegations. So thank you guys for getting out there. And our legal team recently hosted an online kind of webinar format on Operation Nightingale to all legal staff of boards of nursing across the country and their executive directors. And I believe many of our presenters are here: Joanna Starr, Caroline Livingston, Eugene Claiborne, and Aaron Jupe is out on paternity leave right now. But they did a great job. There were over 200 board staff, attorneys, and EDs attending. And it really, I think, opened the door for good discussion and collaboration among boards of nursing on kind of, you know, what's working for them in their states and what's working for us in our states. So thank you guys very much. On the topic of Nightingale, the work of Nightingale continues. You see an update on our statistics there. We've closed probably by today, we're probably over 300. I know this report was written on June 24th, and we were at 289 closures. And I feel pretty confident saying that because I see all the inactivation agreements. I have to sign those as they come across my desk. So I know I've signed quite a few in the past couple of weeks. So a kudos to all the agency staff who play a part in this, because it really does touch every department. Along those lines, I'm gonna call on John Vanderford just to give us an update on a recent Nightingale issue.
Thank you, Dr. Benton. Our very first Operation Nightingale case, Miss Omiatimi appealed the board's order that found that she didn't graduate from a substantially equivalent or approved program. She appealed to district court, and it was affirmed there. And then she appealed again to the 15th Court of Appeals, where they found no error. The AG's office did a great job representing us there. It's a big win. It's a big win for public protection. It's a big win for the agency.
Thank you, John. That's great news. And what John doesn't share, because he's humble, is that he took on the first Nightingale case. And Dr. Lisa Donnelly was our expert witness who testified. So yay, y'all set the foundation. Yes. Sure. And for those in the audience who are not familiar with Operation Nightingale, this is a national fraud scheme that really became public in early 2023, whereby a number of individuals were issuing fraudulent transcripts or diplomas to individuals for cash, for money. And the schools that were involved are schools that at one time were approved schools. And so as the individuals have been prosecuted criminally, we have been receiving waves of notifications from the FBI of affidavits that help us identify who, if anyone, actually went on to obtain a license. Because we do know of the initial notification of, I believe it was 5,700 individuals were estimated to have purchased these fraudulent transcripts. About a third of them went on to take the licensure exam and actually become licensed. So Texas, being the large state that we've been heavily impacted. We're very grateful for the work of our staff and the work for the Office of the Attorney General, who we have entered into a contract with to help represent our agency in cases that are contested that go to hearing. So far, we've had really good success, but it is a lot of work and it can take time. So it continues, but we've made incredible progress. I'm really proud. Okay, I want to introduce some new staff who've joined the agency and welcome them. First, we have Hannah Marimo. There's Hannah. She started in May 1st in customer service. She has an associate degree in business administration from Santa Monica College. And she previously worked as a bookkeeper and a personal assistant for a life insurance broker for 5 years. And then we have Alexis Atkins. Alexis, can you say hello? She also started May 1st in customer service. She previously worked with Cap Metro and in dispatch, pickup, and reservations. And we're delighted to have you with us. Thank you. And then we have Monica Rodriguez, who also started May 1st in customer service. She previously worked for Lubbock Independent School District for 10 years. So she knows customer service, yes. Upon moving to Central Texas, she also worked for Elgin Independent School District. Welcome, Monica. And Charles Barrera, there's Charles. He started in May in customer service as well. He previously worked as a customer service associate with Home Depot, as well as West Bank Dry Cleaning, and he served in various roles there, including manager and route supervisor, and then general manager. Welcome, Charles. And then we have Chika Adioye. Chika is in the back there next to Tim. She started in June as an advanced practice registered nurse in APRN licensing. She earned a doctorate of nursing practice from the University of Illinois at Chicago and is licensed as a family nurse practitioner. She comes with a background of a variety of practice experiences, including med-surg, hospice, and pain management. She's also taught at the graduate level at the University of Illinois, Chicago. Welcome, Chica. We're so glad to have you here. And then in nursing, we have Cherie Algren. There's Cherie. Cherie started in May as an advanced practice consultant. She obtained her associate degree from Hopkinsville Community College, her baccalaureate from Austin PA State University, and her master's from Marymount. And she previously worked as an APRN in palliative care. And she also has practiced in pain management with Baylor Scott and White and charge nurse at Georgetown University on the neurostroke unit. So we're glad to have you, Cherie. Thank you. Let's see. And then in operations, Ronaldo Hernandez. Hi, Ronaldo. He started June as a program specialist. He's previously worked with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and his responsibilities there included data entry, scheduling, and document management. He also previously worked for the Austin Independent School District in logistics and inventory management and administration support. Welcome. And then we have 2 staff promotions. I'm not sure if they're here, but I just want to mention that Catherine Martinez and Felicia McLaurin, are they here? No, I don't think so. They were both promoted from customer service to license and permit specialist on May 1st. So Nicole assessed real quickly that, and their supervisors, of course, that this would be an amazing asset to our agency to transition them to those roles and help us through what was an incredible graduation season this year. On a sad but bittersweet note, I want to just share that Dr. Virginia Ayers retired on May 31st. I won't read you my write-up, but I will say that she will be sorely missed. Dr. Ayers has been such an amazing education consultant. You know, she started in 2002 as a nurse investigator, and I think she drew on many of the skills and insights and, you know, gut hunches that she developed as a nurse investigator as she transitioned into the world of education. She's an amazing writer. She's an amazing presenter. We're really going to miss her. So we wish her the best in her retirement. And she wanted to go quietly, so we gave her that grace. But I feel compelled to say, you know, congratulations to Virginia and thank her for her 24 years of state service. And then I don't have it written in my report, but this will be Dusty Johnston's last board meeting. He's not retired yet, but his last day will be August 31st. And I know this is a tough day for him, but we're not ready to say goodbye yet. Yeah. Tough day for us. Yes. I don't have anything else, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
I wanted to make a couple of statements. The board bulletin was always sent out and mailed out. And I guess it was probably about 8 pages, 10 pages or something like that. It was a huge undertaking. It is the one that always you could roll out the inside and see who was losing their license. And everybody always did that as a nurse to make sure their name wasn't on there. And so we went to the digital world, and now we have this phenomenal bulletin. The last one that just came out, I just couldn't believe it. And so it is on our website. If you are a nurse, you should be reading it. You know, it used to come in the mail. But it has become an outstanding document, educational item for us. And I just wanted to tell the staff, you know, that, and I'm not sure who all is on all that.
A lot of people. Okay. If you're in the audience and you're a staff member who has in some way touched the bulletin, please stand. You can see. Oh, come on, guys. There's a lot more people.
Okay. Yes. Yes. And down there, I was like, wow. I mean, and seriously, I just always breezed over and read. And I was like, page after page. It's beautiful. I was just so proud. And also just saying...
The discipline's still there, too.
Yeah. You can't roll it out and see, but you can definitely check the names for sure. So one of the things that has been such a delight for me in my years on the board is the staff that we've worked with. And when, as I'm aging into this, out of the system as a nurse, I've been a nurse for 50 years. It's been phenomenal for me these years, the quality of staff that we have. And I see these new youngsters coming on and we're passing the torch to them and the faces and all. And so when we have those that have retired, and some of our educators and all, Dusty, and I'm not going to cry right now. You know, it's a phenomenal. And when you have a heart of service, not everybody has it. And so this agency shows that, displays it, and has just to their core of protecting the public. Students are the public as they're going to nursing school, so the programs and all. And so I'm just so proud to be part of that and to have spent time with these people like Virginia and Dusty that are going on to have more fun. So thank you for that chance. Okay. Anything else? Anybody else? Okay. So we'll move on our schedule. And right now, we'll move into 3.2.6A, consideration of proposal to establish new pre-licensure education programs. Coastal Bend College in Beeville, Texas, has requested associate degree nursing education program. And so Beverly Skloss is our staff person. And so we have information from the Coastal Bend people, and they'll be coming forward. And they have given us their information about appearing today. And I have information that we're going to, I'm going to read first. So good morning. Thank you for being here. This is a public hearing for new nursing programs. Under Section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code, the Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from Coastal Bend College to establish a new nursing education program in Beeville, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from Coastal Bend College will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present a verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. And the board staff has received no such requests. The proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. Persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. If you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to the board staff via email. So the representatives of Coastal Bend College nursing education programs, please raise their right hand and be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? The board now recognizes board staff member Beverly Skloss. Thank you, Beverly.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Good morning to everyone. Coastal Bend College is a public community institution requesting approval to establish a licensed vocational nurse to associate degree nursing education program at their main campus in Beeville, Texas. Coastal Bend serves a 9-county area in South Texas, has extension sites in Alice, Kingsville, and Pleasanton, and offers many associate degrees. The college is nationally accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, that effective September 1st will be known as the Commission on Colleges and Universities. A lot shorter name, I like that. The college also has approval from the Higher Education Coordinating Board. Leota Presley, here on my left, MSNRN, is a proposed director for the program. She has over 27 years of varied nursing experience in healthcare settings, with 10 years being in professional nursing education. Coastal Bend received approval from the board to open a generic ADN program with an LVN to ADN track in 2008. The college voluntarily closed the program in 2024 due to the below 80% performance for first-time test takers on the NCLEX exam, and as part of a strategic restructuring that included a comprehensive internal program evaluation. In total, that program had 389 graduates, with 380 obtaining licensure. This new program is based on the Texas concept-based curriculum model and totals 60 semester credit hours. That includes 24 semester credit hours of prerequisites and non-nursing courses, 10 semester credit hours credit for prior VN courses, and 26 semester credit hours of RN level courses. Courses will be delivered in a face-to-face format. The program is designed to be completed in 12 months of full-time study. Students will obtain 344 clinical hours of hands-on patient care that are appropriate to the level of education. These will occur in 46 various healthcare settings. Clinical experiences will be faculty supervised early in the program and preceptor-led as the students progress. Clinical experiences include all 5 required nursing content areas, which are medical surgical nursing, geriatric nursing, pediatric nursing, maternal child nursing, and mental health. I visited the nursing building and with the staff, many of them here to my left, on the Beeville campus in May. They have modern equipment in place for student and faculty use. The facilities are spacious. The environment is very conducive to learning. The space is more than adequate for the enrollment requested. I was very impressed, and they were very welcoming when I went there to the campus, so I think the students will be in good hands there. Coastal Bend College is requesting an initial enrollment of 30 students per academic year for the first 5 years of operation. The goal is to restore a critical nursing education pathway in the Coastal Bend region of South Texas. I will now ask the school representatives to introduce themselves and share their vision of the new LVN to ADN program with you. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Leota Presley. I'm the Nursing Division Director for Coastal Bend College.
Good morning. I'm Virginia Wall, a Dean of Health Sciences.
Good morning. I am Mark Secord. I am the Vice President of Academic Affairs at Coastal Bend College.
Good morning. Zachary Suarez, Coastal Bend College President.
Okay. If I may, with your permission, we do have some supporters in the audience that I would like to have stand. Thank you. We have a couple of our Board of Trustee members and a few prospective students. Okay. Well, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Coastal Bend College, as was previously discussed, has educated nurses in South Texas for many years. And we've developed longstanding partnerships with our healthcare facilities throughout our service area. Those partnerships remain vital as we prepare the next generation of registered nurses. As Nursing Division Director, I've had the privilege of contributing to both our previous registered nursing program and the development of this proposed program. I first joined Coastal Bend College as faculty in the professional nursing program in 2015. After serving as full-time faculty until 2020, I taught in a concept-based registered nursing program while continuing to serve Coastal Bend as an adjunct instructor. I returned full-time to Coastal Bend College in 2023 and became the Nursing Division Director with the college in October of 2024 and with the Board of Nursing officially in September of 2025. So my experience with both traditional and concept-based nursing education has provided valuable perspective throughout the development of this proposal. I've been fortunate enough to work alongside dedicated faculty whose combined experience has been instrumental in developing this proposal. Our lead faculty have served Coastal Bend College for many years, participated in professional development related to concept-based nursing education, and worked collaboratively throughout the redesign to ensure that the program reflects current evidence-based educational practices and the expectations of the Texas Board of Nursing. Following the voluntary closure of our previous registered nursing program, the college used the teach-out period as an opportunity for comprehensive program evaluation. We worked collaboratively with the Texas Board of Nursing staff and an independent Nurse TIM nursing education consultant. Faculty carefully evaluated curriculum delivery, clinical education, student support, and program outcomes. The improvements implemented during the teach-out of 42 students contributed to a 95.24% first-time NCLEX pass rate for our final graduating cohort. More importantly, they provided the foundation for designing an entirely new program. The proposed LVN to ADN transition was intentionally designed around 3 priorities: strengthening curriculum, strengthening clinical education, and strengthening student success. The curriculum in this proposal before you today is a new curriculum and is designed utilizing the Texas Nursing concept-based curriculum model, and as mentioned, is delivered face-to-face over 12 months. This approach promotes clinical judgment, application of nursing concepts across the lifespan and in diverse patient care settings, utilizing active learning strategies that prepare students for contemporary nursing practice. To further support the transition from licensed vocational nurse to registered nurse, the curriculum incorporates a professional nursing competencies course during the first semester. This course establishes the professional expectations of the registered nurse early in the curriculum while developing the knowledge, skills, clinical judgment, and professional behaviors outlined in the Texas Differentiated Essential Competencies. Additionally, we strengthened clinical education by increasing faculty-directed clinical experiences, intentionally limiting precepted clinical hours, and increased hands-on clinical hours, while expanding the use of high-fidelity simulation integrated with faculty-guided instruction. These changes provide students with consistent faculty evaluation, immediate feedback, and progressive development of entry-level registered nursing competencies before transitioning into precepted experiences. The program emphasizes student success and continuous quality improvement. Classroom examinations will be instructor-proctored to support academic integrity, and students will participate in structured remediation throughout the curriculum using evidence-based learning strategies, including the Loma Linda University School of Nursing Learning Assistance Program, to strengthen preparation for NCLEX RN success. In addition, recommendations provided by our Nurse TIM nursing education consultant have been incorporated into our continuous quality improvement process and will continue to guide ongoing program evaluation. Collectively, these improvements represent more than revisions to previous curriculum. They represent a comprehensive redesign built upon faculty self-evaluation, consultant recommendations, guidance from the Texas Board of Nursing staff, and evidence-based nursing practices. The result is a program intentionally designed to prepare graduates who demonstrate sound clinical judgment, strong professional nursing competencies, and readiness for safe entry registered nursing practice. I also would like to provide a few administrative updates to the written proposal. Since the proposal was submitted, CBC has continued evaluating institutional processes to improve efficiency. The proposal references 4 nursing support specialist positions. Those positions have since been reorganized into a centralized health science coordinator position, with additional supports provided through centralized scheduling and purchasing processes. This administrative restructuring streamlined our operations, maintaining student and faculty support services as described in the proposal, and continues to meet board requirements. In addition, I am also pleased to report that the college was removed from the monitoring report with SAC COC as of June 11th, 2026 this year. Before concluding, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the nursing education consultants and the board staff for their thorough review of our proposal and the guidance they provided throughout this process. Their recommendations strengthened both our proposal and the program we present to you today. The proposal reflects a thoughtful planning, evidence-based program design, and CBC's commitment to preparing safe, competent, registered nurses who will serve the healthcare needs of South Texas. Thank you for your time and consideration. On behalf of Coastal Bend College, we respectfully request your approval of our proposed LVN to ADN program. At this time, I would like to turn the presentation over to Dean Wall.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam President and members of the Texas Board of Nursing. Thank you for the opportunity to present here today. As the Dean of Health Sciences for Coastal Bend College, I look forward to supporting Ms. Presley in her role as Director of Nursing, overseeing the proposed LVN to ADN transition program, and collaborating with the program faculty to strengthen the systems and processes necessary to ensure student success. My background includes improving accreditation compliance and credentialing examination outcomes by leveraging assessment data, strengthening student success initiatives, and driving continuous quality improvement. Strategies I'm committed to supporting within our new LVN to ADN program. I believe strongly in fostering a culture of student engagement and providing targeted advisement that empowers students to succeed not only academically, but professionally as well. I highly value the relationships we have cultivated with our clinical partners and understand the need to not only increase the number of registered nurses entering the workforce, but to provide quality educational experiences that inform transformational healthcare. As described within our proposal, significant efforts will be contributed toward programmatic success, and I'm dedicated to ensuring that the program is supported, continuously evaluated, and sustained through initiatives such as externally conducted peer reviews of the program. I will work closely with Ms. Presley and the faculty to review outcomes, identify trends, and make the data-informed adjustments necessary to facilitate program evolution. I'm confident in the direction of the program and in the leadership of Ms. Presley, and I'm committed to ensuring that our students are prepared not only to complete the program and obtain licensure, but to enter the profession as competent, compassionate, and practice-ready registered nurses. Thank you.
Madam Chair and board members, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you in support of our program. Madam Chair, your comment about a heart of service resonated with me. I taught pre-nursing courses for decades, and I completely agree with you. It's a mission. It's something that's close to our hearts, and we realize the importance of what we do. I would like to highlight certain aspects of this process. It's been a 3-year process, and we asked the hard questions. We looked at the program. We asked the question, how did we get here? Why did we get here? And it's not simply a retrofit. We built this program, and I use the word we because it was a collaborative effort. And Leota Presley, Virginia Wall, all the nursing faculty, they put in a lot of hours, a lot of passion, but it was a collective effort. It needs to be a collective effort. And we built it from the bottom up. We mentioned a total shift in the approach where we went through concept-based instruction. We understand the importance of rigor. That is critical. I've been involved in assessment for 30 years, so I understand that continuous improvement is vital to maintain the viability of these programs. I also understand that you must have not only instructional support, but administrative support. This is a team effort. Absolutely is a team effort. And it's vital for our service area. We serve a 10,000 square mile service area. And in our rural environment, health services is very critical to our community members. And unfortunately, when we don't offer these programs and these services, individuals in our community are forced to move outside of our service area to seek those opportunities. And the sad part of that is often they stay outside. Once they move out, they do not return to our service area. And we lose that skill set. We lose that vital service. And by having these programs within our service area, these students can network. They can develop relationships. They can bring their skill set to their communities, the communities that they grew up in, that they served, that they where they establish their careers, their lives, their families. So it is a vital, vital function that this program serves. But, and like I said, we ask the hard questions. We must ensure the rigor is there. We must ensure the critical thinking is there. And that is really what was stressed here, that we develop a viable program. And in closing, I just want to thank you for your consideration and stress that it is a team effort. It is a community effort. Thank you.
Madam President and esteemed members of the board, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this morning. I always find it a challenge to speak after Mark Secord because he speaks truthfully and from the heart. I wanted my component of our support of the program to really focus on the community need that we have within the Coastal Bend region. What I appreciate most about this program is that it doesn't ask people to choose between serving their communities and advancing their careers. It recognizes that many of tomorrow's registered nurses are already caring for patients today as licensed vocational nurses. They have already answered the call to serve. They simply need an accessible pathway to continue with their education. For me, this proposal is very personal. Last year, my father experienced a significant health crisis. For nearly 6 months, our family spent countless days in emergency rooms, hospitals, and rehabilitation facilities. There was even a point when we began discussing hospice care and preparing ourselves for the possibility that we might lose him. Thankfully, that wasn't how the story ended. When I think back on that time, I certainly remember the physicians and the medications, but what I remember most are the nurses. I remember the nurse who brought my dad an extra chocolate pudding, sugar-free, because she knew that it was one of the few things that he still enjoyed. I remember the nurse who asked him that if he had gotten his daily choosing of scratch-off tickets because she knew that it was a small routine that gave him something to smile at. I remember the nurse who patiently helped him in and out of bed and treated him with dignity on the days that were incredibly difficult for him. Those moments probably seemed ordinary to those nurses. To our family, they were everything. As I sat beside my father, I wondered where those nurses, I didn't wonder where those nurses started. I never wondered where they began as LVN or entered the nursing field in some other way. What mattered the most is that they were there. When I think about this proposal, I think about creating more opportunities for students and nurses like them. I think about the LVNs already serving patients throughout South Texas who simply want the opportunity to continue growing professionally without leaving the communities that they already call home. This proposal isn't simply about adding another nursing program. It's about strengthening rural healthcare. It's about responding to what our hospitals and clinics have asked us to do as a college. It's about investing in healthcare professionals who have already demonstrated their commitment to serving others. Our proposal reflects months of planning, strong support from our healthcare partners, and a shared commitment to preparing compassionate, practice-ready registered nurses for the communities that need them the most, our rural communities of South Texas. On behalf of Coastal Bend College, our healthcare partners, and the families across rural South Texas who will one day depend on these future nurses, I respectfully ask for your approval of the LVN to Associate Degree Nursing Transition Program at Coastal Bend College. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all four of you. We can see the passion that you have for your community. Board members, questions, which is our normal.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning. If you could educate me, because I'm not obviously as familiar with associate degree nursing as I am baccalaureate, but following the closure of your program in 2024, was that the traditional model?
The last cohort was a combination. We were under the same code. So the traditional and the LVNR in Bridge tested under the same code.
Okay. And so now you're pivoting to this Texas concept-based consortium model, which I'm totally unfamiliar with. Can you just tell me what you perceive? And I think you outlined it, but I was trying to take notes really quickly, that you felt some of the positive aspects of this new curriculum, but if you could just repeat some of those differences from when you closed before the traditional model versus the Texas concept-based model, tell me what you perceive as will be the strengths of this model.
Oh, absolutely. Having taught in both, our previous program was built on, we had med-surg courses, we had pediatrics. Concept-based nursing consortium has been around about 10 years and has had great success. And having taught at a previous college in San Antonio, utilizing that concept-based, you're teaching the concepts across the lifespan. For example, when we learn oxygenation, we're learning how the body provides oxygen and the different disease processes that affect that. We're basically going through the lifespan, how that's different in a pediatric patient, a newborn versus an adolescent versus a pregnant woman. So you're learning that concept, and it's so intertwined with other concepts, oxygenation and perfusion. So where students are better prepared to make those connections earlier through the concept-based consortium model than with the traditional instruction.
I think you mentioned specifically the professional nursing competency course that's given right in the beginning of the curriculum.
Great point, yes. This is it's a course that we're using as like a skills course. So when we're teaching LVN students about skills, the focus is focused assessments rather than comprehensive assessments that required under the RN. So that course helps us prepare the students to make that transition to see the patient more holistically. So they're able to tie in the head-to-toe assessment versus just focusing on each body system.
Thank you for that. You also mentioned Loma Linda School of Nursing and something that you're sharing benchmarking from them.
Well, that's a tool that was put out by Loma Linda University to help students understand why they're missing, the questions that they're missing. If it has to do with maybe they didn't have the time to study, they didn't use the knowledge, they couldn't apply the knowledge. It helps us understand better how to remediate the student and provide them strategies for successfully completing. It helps us identify if they went blank, do they have exam anxiety, so we can give them strategies to reduce exam anxiety. So it's been a very beneficial tool. We utilized it with the last cohort as well.
Thank you, Ms. Presley. I just have one more question.
Okay.
This has to do with the clinical affiliation agreements,
Yes.
which I was really pleased to see that they're basically in perpetuity, most of them. But I just wanted, as a word of caution, because I watch clinical affiliation agreements a lot, and make sure that they're not expired. You've got your Uvalde County and Windsor Nursing Rehab that don't have an expiration date. So that just may be something to put on your radar. Uvalde was December of 2023, and then Windsor Nursing was, I didn't jot down the date on that, but there's no expiration date on those in the agreement that I could find. So it just may be something to just be aware of. Your Methodist, the big one, Healthcare of San Antonio, that's coming up in September. So you're aware of that. And then Christian Spohn, it says in effect until terminated by either party, and it's 1 year. And that expires in November. So, yeah,
Appreciate
just
that.
on your radar.
Yes, our clinical nursing coordinator keeps up with that, and we're always in communication. So she's been working with us to get those.
And is that part of the admin restructuring you were speaking about, this clinical nursing person?
No, she's full-time.
Okay.
So her position remained. We just streamlined the other processes and kind of took some duties off of our nursing support specialist and put them into other areas where they should have been in the first place.
Great.
So
thank you so much.
Appreciate that.
Ken? Carol?
Hi, thank you for coming. I just have about 4 questions that maybe you can clarify. When I was going through looking at the syllabus that you provided, so I'm thinking concept-based curriculum, which I'm familiar with, and you only have one instructor, looks like, for like 8 out of the 10 courses. It just Well, there is a board rule that, you know, you need to make sure that who's teaching also has that area of specialty. So my question to you is, or maybe suggestion, that maybe when I was part of this type of, it was more of a team teaching, because my area is med-surg, but we're talking about pain across the lifespan. I can't speak to pediatric because I'm not a pedi nurse and I don't. So that instructor would come in and talk about the pediatric, the OB, whoever had that specialty. It wouldn't be me by far teaching that whole concept of pain. So what is the plan for that? Because looking at the syllabus that was given to us, you have one instructor as for all the syllabus.
I appreciate that. And you're correct. It did only have the one instructor in there. Our plan is to team teach. The other instructor that's listed as full-time, she's traditionally taught in the vocational nursing program, and we're stealing her, so to speak, for the RN program. So it is a team teaching approach, and we also have adjunct faculty. And our proposal mentions that upon approval, we're hiring other faculty as well. To meet that rule.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My next question is, can you elaborate a little bit more on the preceptor part of this? And I read your preceptor packet. It was more, to me, it came across more of an orientation. It was and as you're aware, we're not taught in nursing school how to be instructors. So in a home health setting, when the faculty's not there, or when they're placed with the school nurse, the faculty's not there, how do we know that the school nurse and the home health nurse will know how to help this student become competent in that if they've never taught before?
Exactly. When we've used the preceptorship model before, we had the faculty were still assigned to the clinical groups. We made visits regularly to, ensure that those objectives were being met. We're also working towards implementing a preceptorship model orientation, where it's a course in our learning management system that they complete orientation in there, that they're understanding the goals and objectives, and they're paid a stipend for it. But also, like I say, faculty evaluations, where we're out there monitoring, working with those. And we've had these partnerships in the VN, in the RN program. We're small, rural. I know the writing sometimes, the signature of somebody. I was like, I can already tell you who that is, because we've worked with these partners over the years.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. For previously, the previous program, when you voluntarily closed down, were you using a third-party vendor for your supplemental needs? In here, it's quite a lot of ATI.
There is.
Were you using that previously?
We were still utilizing ATI as well.
So if you did a complete program overhaul and you voluntarily shut down the program before, why would you keep using the same vendor in a new proposal? You know what? Do you understand where I'm going with that? Like, why, if it didn't work before, would you use it again? And using it again, it's pretty heavily used.
It is used quite a bit. It is actually a great product. I think that our program before had, when we looked at the overall, how many students we were graduating, I think we grew too big too fast. So I don't think the issue was related mainly to the ATI product. And I think we weren't using it actually to its potential at the time as well. We really looked at every single assignment with this new proposal to see how it would line up with the concept-based and ensure that it was evaluating what we needed it to evaluate. so we could use it as benchmarks not only for our program, but how we compared nationally and to identify those gaps.
And is like, as I'm looking at your grading rubric, is this the a part of the assignments then, like the 20%, the 25% of the grade coming from ATI then?
No, it isn't. The final the way we utilize it is to help them prepare for class. We use it for some in-class assignments as well, so that they're applying the concepts as we're teaching. There is at the end, you'll see that it's 5% and sometimes 10% at the final.
Right. That's that's like the comprehensive predictors and the testing purposes. But say, like, when I looked at it, I think it was like 25% for the skills. Right. It says like ATI skills, and that's like 20 or 25% of the course grade. So it does in fact count as kind of like an assignment grade, not the 5%. It just seems like it's kind of like hovering like right on what is acceptable.
I
Something
agree.
that's not instructor
I see,
made
but
or created.
At the same time, those skills modules, there's lessons in there, and the students are able to take them until they are proficient. So it's not like a one-time high-stakes exam, if that makes sense.
So it's not based off of like a quiz at the end of each section, or like
they can retake quizzes, and
Infinity?
I'm
Like,
sorry.
They can take them all the time.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you all for being here. I have served on a local school board and currently serve on a couple committees at Houston City College. And the thing I want to acknowledge and thank you for is your promoting scholarship grants and work study programs and other financial aid for students, because we know that oftentimes that ability to access that financial aid really impacts the success of the student in moving forward. Is there anything else that you'd like to say about that?
I am very proud to be part of that. Absolutely. Our college, we have one scholarship that's offered through the Coastal Bend College Foundation, in which a Beeville student can receive $10,000 for a scholarship.
Awesome.
So I was pleased to be part of that presentation with our vocational nursing group last summer. I'm very pleased and feel like it opens a lot of doors in an area that is necessary to move people out of poverty and reduce disparities in those areas. So I'm very, very pleased.
I'd like to add to that we utilize workforce solutions. They're housed on our campus, or all of our campuses. This one will be based on our Beeville campus, but we encourage all students to go ahead and apply, whether they're approved or not, and they help them with gas cards, scrubs, shoes. They'll even pay for their credentialing exams at the end and all of that. So they get a lot of support if they qualify, of course.
Yes, ma'am. Real quick, I'd like to address that. We're very aware of your concern. It's interesting you bring it up, because that's been a big topic of discussion since Dr. Suarez has become our president. He is very aware of this. A lot of our students are economically disadvantaged. And so we've taken some moves. In areas where we can, there is a strong push towards OER. We are launching the Cougar Course Initiative in August, where whenever possible, we are moving OER into our courses. You know, we have to ensure that we're not compromising rigor, that the course, we're not compromising anything, but it will save the student incredible amount of money. We've also renegotiated contracts with our bookstore vendors, so we can save the student cost. We have the Dream Keepers program. So when students have emergency needs, flat tires, they're having trouble purchasing their instructional materials, we can provide assistance. Because you're absolutely correct. That is a major barrier. We talked about transportation on the way over here. So yes, I'm glad you highlighted that, because sometimes we forget, right? We kind of discussed this last night, that, you know, once you move into your career, sometimes you forget where you came from, your foundations, and how those simple things like transportation, can derail your career. So yes, we are moving in that direction.
One other quick comment, ma'am, and thank you for that question. This fall, actually, Coastal Bend College will also be launching the Coastal Bend Promise Program. And through our Coastal Bend Foundation, we were able to allocate $100,000 in seed funding to launch that. We have 40 students that have been deemed eligible. And really, that's our board's promise to our communities and to our rural service areas that education will be affordable when you come to Coastal Bend College. Now we have the task of fundraising, which is going to be the fun part, but we want to make sure that we remove that barrier or those barriers with respect to cost in pursuing an education, and students can focus on things like making sure that they're upskilling, making sure that they're graduating, and by the time they join the workforce, that they've had the opportunity to be successful, and debt isn't a barrier preventing them from moving forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kelly?
Hi, good morning. First, I think it's important to have educational programs within the communities. I agree with the comment that was made earlier, because oftentimes when students leave and they seek education elsewhere, they don't come back. I think if we want strong nurses in the local areas, we need to go ahead and have the support system and the educational tools and programs to be able to support that. I do have a question regarding the LVN. So does your program also graduate the LVNs? And then how many LVNs do you graduate per year? And is that going to be the pipeline that you use to identify for the nurses? Because we want you to be successful.
We do actually have a vocational nursing program as well. We just offered 120 seats for our summer start. Out of those, not everybody was able to take their seat. We enrolled 105 for VN with an expected graduation next summer, actually May 2027. And they very much express an interest to remain in a local program in their local communities.
Thank you. I did see that you took a survey of students that were interested. Is that historical students also, or working LVNs?
We did we made the survey available publicly, but then offered it to our students and prospective students at that time as well. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to add that their VN program has been very successful for many years. Yeah, so they put out a lot of graduates.
I'd like to comment on that. I'm a product of the LVN program. I graduated from the Kingsville campus. At the time, I was living in Corpus, and I chose to go to Coastal Bend College instead of the other one that's in Corpus Christi.
Thank you for sharing that.
But the LVN program is a very good program.
Madam President, I just quickly, on page 28 of your proposal, you will reach local high school students, including dual credit. This is a VN to ADN, so I'm curious about that. And also, just real quickly, if you can talk about your readiness as a VN many years. A lot of the hesitancy to come back is that education is so vastly different. I took my NCLEX on a Scantron, gasp. And they're so, that is a barrier. So talk to me, because you're obviously not, I'm interested in hearing how you're recruiting existing long-term LVNs to further our career versus graduate from high school, go to the VN school, go straight into the VN to ADN. Are you seeking out working LVNs? And if so, what kind of readiness do you have planned? I'm working a 12-hour shift. If I'm expected to be on campus, I think it's Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'm working a 12 on Monday. So talk to me about those rather more so adult learners than your current students.
I appreciate that. We, and it just kind of bounce off of the dual credit. We have a huge network. Well, I wouldn't call it huge for our area. It's big dual credit program, and we offer courses in both the nurse aide and the patient care technician program. So that kind of streamlines them into the LVN, and then from there the bridge. And you are correct. It is a challenge for students that are current LVNs that are working nights sometimes. I've seen it in programs for over a decade. We intentionally structured the class days so that they would be limited time on campus. So that first semester, they are on campus Tuesday, Thursday, but as we go out through the program, their days are less. We're focusing more on clinical hours then, but and we have some flexibility with our clinical partners as well on the days that we can go to clinical. So we can have some flexibility for the students regarding their clinical days, which will be useful. And then, like I say, the Tuesday, Thursday is the first semester, and then the second semesters, they're Tuesdays.
And do you have are you seeking students that are active LVNs, or I've never worked as an LVN, but I just went through the pipeline through your school and I'm going straight into the VN to ADN?
We do market, and also being out there in our clinical areas, they see us in there as students, and we talk about programs. I've recruited people with my LVN students in clinical that wanted to be, they were interested in becoming LVNs when they were CNAs and that type of thing. So we do have an enrollment strategy as well.
I will add just another quick comment to that. One of the recent initiatives that we launched was the Cougar Reconnect initiative, and that's where we're specifically focusing on adult learners. We identified a group of students that had business office holds at the college in general. And what we're doing is actually administratively removing those holds and giving students a second chance to come back and re-enroll. And it's a great initiative that our enrollment management team and our business office teams have been leading, where the threshold is $1,500, which is substantial for any student. We want to make sure that we engage those adult learners across our college, specifically in our allied health fields as well. So we have a lot of great work and initiatives that are undertaking right now that speak and begin addressing those things across.
I did go through the Reconnect, and that is impressive, because a lot of people say, "Oh, I have a balance, so I can't go back," and so that is impressive. So thank you for the adult learner.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think we don't have any more questions, board members. So I would like to have a motion at this time.
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to grant initial approval to Coastal Bend College LVN to Associate Degree Nursing Education Program in Beeville, Texas, and impose the conditions and requirements in the attached letter and board order.
This is Carol Hawkins Garcia, second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second, so if you'll please vote. And motion carries. So congratulations. A lot of hard work. We're having a heart attack in the back over here. That's well, we were trying to break. We're going to take a very quick break and be back in under 10 minutes, if at all possible. This is a public hearing for a new nursing program under Section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code. The Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from Schreiner University to establish a new nursing education program in Kerrville, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from Schreiner University will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on the file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and instructions for doing so. Board staff have received no such requests. The proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. Persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education program will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are, who you represent. If you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral arguments with written testimony, you may do so at the close of the hearing by submitting those comments to board staff via email. So will the representatives of Schreiner University Nursing Education Program. I only have 3. Did everyone fill out one of these forms? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Gosh, I'm just counting. Okay, got it. All right, and so would you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you. So now board staff Beverly Skloss will do a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Schreiner University is a private liberal arts and sciences institution in Kerrville, Texas that is requesting approval to establish a generic associate degree nursing education program. The university offers a variety of associate degrees, baccalaureate degrees, and graduate degrees. A certificate in vocational nursing program has been in existence since 1973 at the university. The college is nationally accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges. The BSN program is accredited by the Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education, known as CCNE. A traditional Bachelor of Science in Nursing Education program for Schreiner University was approved by the board in 2010. They voluntarily closed the program in 2016 due to the NCLEX RN pass rate below 80% for 3 consecutive years. In July 2018, the board approved a new BSN program that has been successful, with the past 4-year pass rates being well above the benchmark. The university also has an RN to BSN program, a Master of Science in Nursing program that includes a family nurse practitioner track. Tandy Mallard, to my left here, DNP-RN, is a proposed director. Dr. Mallard has over 28 years of varied professional nursing experience in clinical leadership and nursing education. The program delivery will be primarily face-to-face on the university campus, with a few didactic courses offered online, and is designed to be completed in 2 years or 4 semesters of full-time study. The curriculum totals 63 semester credit hours. That includes 31 semester credit hours of nursing courses and 32 semester credit hours of general education and sciences. Students will obtain 487 clinical hours of hands-on patient care that are appropriate to the ADN level of nursing education. Most clinical experiences will be faculty supervised with occasional use of preceptors. Clinical experiences include all 5 required nursing content areas: medical surgical, geriatrics, pediatrics, maternal child, and mental health. Dr. Lenora Valdez, education consultant, visited the Schreiner University campus in May and she will talk briefly about that visit here in just a minute. Schreiner University is requesting an initial enrollment of 30 students annually for the first 2 years, and if approved, they plan to enroll the first cohort in the spring or fall of 2027. And now I'll turn it over to Dr. Valdez.
So I'm going to talk about the site visit. So I visited the Schreiner University in Kerrville on May 11th, 2026. The nursing department has 3 large classrooms dedicated to nursing and additional classrooms and alternate spaces that can also be scheduled and serve as classrooms as needed, including a movie theater, a ballroom, a conference rooms that can serve as classrooms or learning spaces for students. Throughout the campus, there are several study areas, including one building that has a first floor that's open to students 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. This space is dedicated to student study areas. In this space, there were whiteboards, multiple large and small conference-styled rooms with comfortable seating in a common area suitable for studying, as the area was a quiet area for studying. The study spaces also had bathrooms nearby, a coffee spot, snacks and drinks that the students could purchase without leaving the area, and there are tutors available to students for multiple subjects. There were several nursing students studying in the area at the time of the visit. The skills and simulation labs include pre- and post-conference areas. There are multiple task trainers for learning and practicing nursing skills. There are high and mid-fidelity mannequins representing each of the patient populations from geriatric to infant. Additionally, there was a second simulation lab located just off of one of the large main classrooms with task trainers and a maternity OB and adult mannequins where students can learn and practice nursing skills in conjunction with the lecture. There are student lounge areas located inside and outside of buildings throughout the campus with seating areas and tables, as well as a cafeteria where students can also sit and study. The campus has an expansive and extensive library with study spaces throughout, multiple resources available to students and faculty for research. Students and faculty have access to various online databases for literature and research, and a full-time librarian is fully supportive of the needs of the nursing program and works directly with the program director to ensure that timely availability of the nursing program resources as needed. Thank you.
I would now ask the school representatives to introduce themselves, share their vision of the new ADN program, and answer any questions you may have.
Good morning. My name is Tandy Millard. I am the proposed director of the ADN program and the current director of undergraduate nursing at Schreiner University.
Good morning, Madam President and board members. I'm Jared Montoya. I'm the Vice President of Academic Affairs and Dean of Faculty at Schreiner University.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I'm Alan Liebrecht. I'm the Vice President of Enrollment Management.
And good morning again, Madam President and esteemed members of the board. Before we proceed, I'd like to just take a moment to acknowledge some of our guests in the audience. If you would stand, please. We have a few people here from our university that are here in support of the program. Thank you for indulging me. Another acknowledgement I must make is to give my sincerest appreciation and thanks to Ms. Beverly Skloss and to Dr. Virginia Ayers, who she went out quietly, for helping us get to this point today over the past few months. It was also a pleasure to have Dr. Lenora Valdez on campus in May as we showcased our nursing program facilities and student services support within Schreiner University. Without their support, we would not be here today. Schreiner University, founded in 1923 as a military institute, has evolved into a SACSI-accredited institution dedicated to student success and community impact. What continues to distinguish Schreiner is its unwavering mission and vision of developing students into graduates who lead purpose-driven lives and careers. The university's mission emphasizes providing a personalized, integrated, and holistic educational experience that prepares students for meaningful work in a changing global society. The proposed Associate Degree of Nursing program is a natural extension of that mission. It reflects Shriners University's commitment to addressing regional and statewide healthcare needs while preparing students for immediate entry into the nursing profession. Our nursing students enter with hope and leave with achievement. This program builds on that promise by offering another accessible pathway into nursing, directly supporting both student success and community well-being. Our ADN program is designed to address persistent nursing workforce shortages in Texas with a specific focus on rural and medically underserved areas such as Kerr County and the surrounding Hill Country region. The program consists of a 2-year, 63-hour curriculum that meets Texas Board of Nursing requirements and aligns with AACN and CCNE essentials, emphasizing competency-based learning, clinical judgment development, and professional readiness. The need for this program is clearly demonstrated by ongoing nursing shortages across Texas. Although the nursing workforce has grown, the nurse-to-population ratio remains below national averages, with rural counties experiencing the greatest disparities. Access to healthcare is limited not by facilities, but by a shortage of qualified nurses. Kerr County currently lacks a local ADN program, which restricts access to nursing education and limits workforce development in the region. Additionally, many qualified applicants statewide are turned away from nursing programs due to capacity constraints. The proposed ADN program directly addresses these challenges by providing a local, affordable, and efficient pathway to licensure. Community and employer support for the ADN program is strong and consistent. Healthcare organizations such as Peterson Health and Methodist Hill Country Fredericksburg have expressed ongoing difficulty recruiting and retraining nurses. These stakeholders support the program as a means of increasing the supply of locally trained nurses who are more likely to remain in the region. Survey data from employers also indicates unanimous support for this program, with particular emphasis on the need for graduates who are clinically prepared, adaptable, and committed to bedside practice. Similarly, student demand is robust, especially among our vocational nursing students and alumni who seek a cost-effective pathway to RN licensure and future advancement opportunities. The ADN program is structured within Schreiner University's established nursing framework. We already have a vocational nursing program, a BSN program, RN to BSN, and graduate level programs. The ADN program enhances this continuum by creating a pathway that allows students to progress seamlessly through multiple levels of nursing education. The curriculum includes general education, foundational sciences, and nursing science courses. Students, as mentioned, complete both didactic and clinical hours. Our clinical hours incorporate simulation, lab hours, and direct patient care experiences. The curriculum emphasizes clinical judgment development, patient-centered care, evidence-based practice, and interprofessional collaboration. Clinical education remains a cornerstone of the program. It is supported by partnerships with a variety of healthcare organizations. Students gain experience in hospitals, outpatient clinics, long-term care facilities, and mental health settings, ensuring exposure to diverse populations and clinical conditions. These experiences allow students to build competence and confidence over time. The program concludes with the capstone course that integrates NCLEX preparation and transition to practice activities, ensuring graduates are fully prepared for licensure and employment. Faculty planning, of course, is critical to the program's success. The proposal includes the hiring of 2 full-time nursing faculty members. This will be supplemented by adjunct faculty and existing cross-program instructors. Faculty qualifications will meet or exceed Texas Board of Nursing standards with a preference for advanced degrees and clinical experience. Recruitment efforts will focus on experienced nurses both locally and from surrounding metropolitan areas. Retention strategies include mentorship, professional development, and a supportive work environment. Student recruitment efforts target multiple populations, including the vocational nursing students we currently have, alumni, and external applications. Admissions requirements include the prerequisite coursework, of course, TEAS exam performances, references, and personal essay and clinical compliance documentation. Our initial cohort is expected to include approximately and up to 30 students, and we are committed to gradual growth up to 50 students by 2031 over time. Academic support services such as tutoring, advisory, and remediation are integrated throughout the program to promote retention and success. Facilities and resources at Schreiner are well suited to support the ADN program. Our simulation lab was upgraded in 2025. We now have 2 extremely high fidelity state-of-the-art mannequins as part of that expansion, and we also expanded some of our spaces within that larger space to enhance hands-on training. The library provides extensive access to nursing databases, journals, and research tools. Technology platforms such as Canvas and ATI support instruction and assessment and NCLEX preparation. In addition, student services, including ADA accommodations and academic support programs, ensure equitable access and success for all learners. Program evaluation is continuous and data-driven. But we focus on key indicators such as the NCLEX pass rates, student retention, enrollment trends, and graduation outcomes. The evaluation process aligns with institutional goals and accreditation standards, ensuring quality and compliance. Data collected from multiple sources will inform ongoing improvements to curriculum, instruction, faculty development, and student support services. Our proposed ADN program benefits from several significant strengths. First, there is strong institutional and community support. The Schreiner University Board of Directors, administration, and healthcare partners express clear enthusiasm for the program. This level of support reflects a shared recognition of the urgent need to address nursing shortages, particularly in our immediate area. Second, the program builds on Schreiner University's existing nursing infrastructure. This established foundation provides a stable platform for launching the ADN program and assures continuity across the nursing education continuum. More important, the ADN program also expands access to nursing education by offering a shorter, more cost-effective entry point into the profession. And third, our current faculty brings a wealth of experience and expertise across multiple subspecialties. Faculty familiarity with Schreiner's processes and policies ensure smooth implementation and effective onboarding of our new faculty members. This internal expertise enhances program stability and supports student success. And finally, this fall, we are adding to our already robust student services by introducing 2 additional peer nursing tutors and hiring a new nursing academic success coordinator who will enhance student outcomes. These resources, these new people, will provide targeted remediation, NCLEX preparation, and ongoing academic support to our students, ensuring students remain on track throughout the program. The ADN program also presents significant opportunities for growth and impact. Statewide data from the Texas Workforce Commission confirms the ongoing need for nursing education and workforce expansion. By launching this program, Schreiner positions itself as a leader in addressing healthcare shortages in rural and underserved areas in particular. The program also creates opportunities for increased enrollment, enhanced community partnerships, and improved graduation retention within the region. The pathway allows students to progress from BN to ADN to BSN and beyond, fostering lifelong learning and career advancement. This flexibility benefits both students and the institution, as well as, most importantly, our community. In conclusion, our ADN program represents a strategic and mission-driven expansion of Schreiner University's nursing offerings. It addresses a critical workforce need while enhancing success to affordable nursing education in a rural and medically underserved region. With strong institutional backing, community demand, and alignment with regulatory standards, the ADN program is well positioned for successful implementation and sustainable growth. It complements existing nursing programs and creates a clear, accessible pathway into the profession. We all share a common goal: improving healthcare in the state of Texas, guided by you, the Texas Board of Nursing Standards, and Schreiner University's mission. We strive to educate and graduate safe, high quality, and compassionate nurses who will make a meaningful difference in the lives of Texas, particularly in our rural areas. We are confident that our ADN program will fulfill this goal and create a lasting positive impact on healthcare in our area and in Texas. Thank you for considering our program, and we hope for your approval today.
Good morning once again. I'm Jared Montoya, Vice President of Academic Affairs and Dean of Faculty at Schreiner University. I had the privilege and opportunity and challenge earlier this week of attending the SAC COC conference. This is a much more exciting venue to be at. While there, there were the wonderful aspects of seeing where we're going forward, but also some things facing the real challenges of higher education right now and some of those difficulties. And as I was driving in today, I had the opportunity to reflect on an area that actually brings me a lot of joy and a source of hope, and that is the area of nursing, because I know how necessary it is to have high quality education for nurses and for others in healthcare. And that's an area where I feel very confident about this hope and healing profession. As Dr. Millard mentioned, Schreiner is the only institution of higher education in our region that offers nursing programming, which meets a workforce demand. And this particular program will continue to meet that particular demand. Schreiner University is committed to supporting all of our nursing programs, and especially the associate degree in nursing that is being discussed today. We're committed to ensuring that nursing programs have adequate full-time faculty, that the faculty are supported in their efforts. We remain mindful of the workload, which includes long hours spent instructing, mentoring, and motivating students to become the best nurses in Texas. We recognize that nursing faculty schedules differ from those in other academic programs and make necessary adjustments as needed. We provide administrative support and direct one-on-one counsel. I meet with the nursing directors weekly so that I remain aware of their needs. I work closely with them to ensure that we remain focused on student learning and success. Schreiner University Nursing also engages with community partnerships beyond our clinical sites. The nursing program has recently received substantial gifts from donors that support our nursing simulation lab, student scholarships, instructional support, and recruitment. I am very privileged to be part of this team, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to represent Schreiner University.
Madam Chair and members of the board, good morning. It's my privilege to be here today to speak on behalf of our proposal, in support of our proposal for the Associate Degree in Nursing program. I have the privilege of serving as Vice President of Enrollment Management, and in that role, I support and lead the offices of admissions, both at the undergraduate and graduate level. I also work with our Office of Financial Services, which provides financial aid and student accounts services to the institution, and then also work with our Office of Marketing and Communication. That office helps support our outreach efforts and our communication efforts for the university. I also support our Center for Talent and Workforce Development, which is our offering that provides opportunities for continuing education and workforce development in our community. With over 40 years of experience in enrollment management, I really appreciate the opportunity to serve Schreiner University and in its unique mission and vision. As the Texas Hill Country's university, we provide a unique opportunity for educational opportunities for students in rural communities west of San Antonio. Those communities have tremendous need, and Schreiner University plays an important role in providing those educational opportunities for those students. This proposal provides us an opportunity to offer a full array of nursing options for students in that service area. And we look forward to continuing to serve a growing interest in students from that region. This past year, we have seen tremendous growth in applications at the institution. We welcomed our largest new student class this past fall and anticipate an even larger increase in new student enrollment this fall. That interest in students includes a growing interest in nursing. Our current offering in the Bachelor's of Science in Nursing program has seen a tremendous increase in interest. That interest has nearly doubled in the applicant pool, and we're seeing a continued interest in potential enrollment for this fall and anticipating a 50% increase in the enrollment in students interested in the BSN program. So this associate's degree in nursing program opportunity will help serve that student audience as well. We look forward to being able to provide another opportunity for the students in our service area to accomplish their nursing goals, and look at this associate's degree offering as another entry point for both the traditional student population we serve, but also the adult student population in our region. Dr. Montoya mentioned earlier that we are seeing some additional support in our community. In addition to the work that we do in Kerr and Kendall County, the Crete Healthy Foundation has provided us with some funding and support to help serve additional students coming from their service region in Gillespie County, Blanco, Mason, and Llano counties. So we're looking at this new offering to also help provide new opportunities for that service area as well. So I thank you for your time and consideration in our proposal, and look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Oh, did you want to say something?
No, I just was going to open the floor to questions from the board.
Okay. All right. Do we have some questions, board members?
Good morning. I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. I just have a few questions. Well, not a few questions, a couple of questions. Overall, I think the policy or your proposal was put together very well. But there are a couple things that I'd like to get some clarification on from you. The grading policy. Okay. Students are required to make an 80% or above, which is technically a graduate level degree for an associate degree, right? Like the grade. Your exams, which show that the student is proficient with the subject area, is okay if the student makes a 75, but the overall grade has to be an 80% to pass the course. Why is that? If they've met the standard for the exams, which show that they can actually, that they're proficient in the area, then at the end, why is an 80 required?
So our overall grade reflects not only the exams themselves, but the assignments, homework, and overall coursework that is assigned to them. We look at that as an overall grade. And yes, our exam grade is a little bit lower than that, but it's just part of the actual overall scores. And we are basing, I think we're trying to set the bar high for these students. Because we know that we are trying to create the best nurses possible and graduate the best nurses possible for Texas and for our region. But we're looking at the similar grading scale for our BSN program as well. So we're kind of basing it on that as well.
But if 75% meets the exam standard, then and they meet the standard. So why force them up to an 80%, regardless of whether it's, why not just make the overall grade, right? C equals RN. How many nurses are kept from the market or from being able to get a job? How many get recycled because they didn't meet the 80%, but they did 75s on all their exams? Right.
You bring up a good point. It is something that we could maybe go back and think again about. I know that in our VN program we have a 75 and 75. I think the goal was, when I was putting the program together, was to create a little bit of a stair step up in terms of the expectations. But you do bring up a good point. We can go back and look at that.
Standard's just a little bit too high for an associate's degree.
Okay. I appreciate your feedback.
The second thing is, I'm not quite sure you're in compliance with Rule 215.14, which is the standardized exams rule. And what I'm looking at in your syllabi, and it's in most of your clinical syllabi, is that students must achieve a score of 90% or greater on the ATI medications calculation exam. And now, I will say that the student policy handbook doesn't state that it's an ATI exam.
Correct.
It states that they get 3 chances. But the syllabi is completely different, and to me, this doesn't meet the 215.14 rule because this is a vendor-made exam. This is not an instructor-made exam for mathematics, and this is to me, it's a high-stakes exam. It's pass or fail. And whether you get 3 chances or not, it's still listed as ATI. And for this proposal right now, I have some reservations because of that. Would you get rid of ATI as the factor that could fail the student out? Would you go with an instructor-made? I don't mind the 90% or greater. Obviously, nurses need to know math.
Medications are important.
But to me, and I'm not sure legally, but to me, as I'm reading this, it doesn't meet 215.14.
Can I clarify that? Because I will go back and look at the syllabi. Maybe the way it's written or the way it's reading is confusing. But we do a combination of and have recently just gone back to, we use ATI to create our exams. A lot of schools do that. With the medication medication exams, there are some that you can use off of the ATI web that are standardized. In that setting, we were doing two standardized exams, and then a faculty-created exam would be the third attempt if they can't do that, which I think does stand by the high-stakes rule. We have stood by that from the beginning. What I will say is that we recently, and just this spring, in our BSN program, and we'll be doing the same thing in the ADN program, had moved to completely faculty-created medication calculation exams to ensure, just to kind of allay some of those concerns, as well as the fact that we felt that our nursing faculty could create more consistent exams that way. But I hope that puts your concerns to rest. We do follow the rules for high stakes exams.
Would you be willing to change it now, or say that you'll change it to? I just think it just needs to be faculty.
Yes, absolutely. I will go
but-
back through all of the syllabi and make sure that they are that the wording is correct and clear. Because obviously we want to stand firm in following all of the regulations that we need to follow. And I apologize for that confusion.
Well, it's just your student policy handbook doesn't make any mention of ATI for the math competency, so I would assume that that's instructor, but all of your syllabi for clinical.
And we
say
made
it's
some
ATI.
recent, I think before our last submission, we had actually gone through that process of using just faculty-created exams as well. So absolutely, I will commit to that at this time. That is our process.
Okay. And as far as the testing, is it instructor-created questions that you're using for their exams, and you're just using ATI as the program, like the ATI testing? You're just putting your questions in there, instead of using like ExamSoft or some other vendor?
So we use ATI. ATI has a test bank of like 6,000 questions. So when it comes to our exams, faculty will create their own exams even for their courses. They have the opportunity to choose from part of that test bank as needed, depending on the objectives for the exam and for the course. When it comes to the medication calculation exams, they can also use questions that are part of that test bank as well. But I do know that even me and even some of my other faculty have created their own questions as well. So it's a combination of factors. ATI and they can use other test banks as needed, maybe from textbooks and things like that for the creation of not just the medication exams, but also our other exams as well.
Right.
It's a combination of factors.
Thank you for the clarification, Dr. Millard.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Coastal colleagues. I'm Allison Edwards, representing Baccalaureate Education. This may be minutia, and to the extent that it may be completely worthy, there are, throughout the proposal, I noticed references to the BSN handbook, page 217, page 249, page 253. So if you intend on using the BSN handbook for your associate degree, is that the intent, or does that need to be amended?
I'll go back and look at those pages. We also our nursing student handbook encompasses all of our programs, undergraduate programs, the BSN, VN, and
maybe retitle
and
it.
Yes,
maybe
I need to go
the
back. I thought I had people helping me as we were updating that handbook. And we incorporated a whole new section for the ADN program in that and in the newer handbook. But I'll have to go back and look and see where some of those references were. I apologize for that. But the handbook itself is for all of the nursing programs, undergraduate, and there's a separate handbook for our master's level program.
This was actually in the proposal that was routing students to the BSN handbook on those pages I mentioned, 217, 249, 253. But there's more, where there is a lot of BSN reference. And it's certainly plausible that you're utilizing the same clinical affiliation agreements for your associate degree program. But there's a lot of spelling errors in your clinical affiliation agreements. Spelling errors, the dates, in reference to BSN students in your clinical affiliation agreements. So page 287, page 289, and that's referring to the PDF, not the actual document that is numbered that you presented. So it's our PDF. So this is all incorporated in your clinical affiliation agreements.
So I updated all we have some of our clinical partners we had, and we have been using for the BSN program. I've updated our clinical affiliation agreements to include the associate degree nursing as we go forward.
So we didn't get those? We didn't receive those clinical affiliation agreements? Because these all say BSN. Page 287, page 289, page 293. And then...
I attached all the affiliation agreements. I can go back and look at that. It's concerning to me because I do know that we updated them to incorporate the associate degree nursing. We have one from Methodist, the Methodist facilities, and I think theirs does say bachelor's and undergraduate together. And that incorporates all of their clinical sites throughout San Antonio, and they are also one of our biggest partners in Hill Country, Fredericksburg.
So page 280.
And Peterson Healthcare also is for all of our programs.
Okay, so for example, and I'll tell you what page number it is because I've got my PDF that I can then give you the proper page number. So it's my 287 PDF, your 274. This is again, if you updated the clinical affiliation agreements, these are legal documents. So spelling errors. Number 11, the hospital I used to instead of agrees. And then that's your page 274. Then let me go to my 289. And I know this is minutia, but they are legal agreements.
It's not minutia. It is a legal agreement. I have to go back, and you can see our confusion here because I do know that we updated all of our affiliation agreements to incorporate the associate degree nursing. That was one of the things from when I first got to Schreiner a year and a half ago, was really kind of hit the ground running to update our agreements. I did a lot of work on getting even our local organizational partners updated on that. As part of that, while I was working on this proposal, we're also incorporating the ADN into a newer agreement. I'll have to go back and look at our...
Okay, this is page 276. I'm just going to keep going through them just so you can go back and look and cross-reference what I'm saying. Page 276, your document numbered on the actual document. J, can ye, which I think you just mean can. That's a spelling error, but that says sufficient professional liability coverage for Bachelor of Science nursing program, its faculty and students, and give validation of such coverage upon request from the hospital. That's J on your page 276. And then let me go to 293. Number 8.
I'm committed to going back over and looking. I'm concerned because I know that I did review all of these and even added in some new clinical affiliation agreements with our most recent submission. Because I'm continually trying to expand our services on that. Mm-hmm. Well, we have a clinical. Do what? Okay. No, we have a clinical affiliation agreement that is a Schreiner document, and then we also have some partners that have their own. They send their own, and they want to use their own documents. But with the one that I have been updating, again, this is why if you see some confusion, I need to go back and look at these. But the ones that I have been using to update are, even from our previous partnerships, was to go back and include the ADN proposed, the ADN program, knowing that we were trying to get this off the ground for them. Yes. Yeah, no, they should say the BSN, VN, ADN, and our master's programs. Those are the most current ones that we have. So, yes.
Yeah, and they're current, but it's just specifying BS specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate this. This is going to make me go back and just make sure that I have everything in.
And then I have another question, Dr. Millard.
Perfect.
I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate that. These are opportunities for me to.
This is your page 278 on your document, my PDF 291. There's statements about professional liability. I don't know if this is a typo, because generally when students are required or requested to carry their own professional liability, it's usually ranging from $100K to $300K. This is $1 in number 16, page 278.
And that's another clinical affiliation agreement?
This is, and I'll tell you which one it is. It is for, sorry, it's a long
I didn't bring the whole document with me. I apologize.
That's okay. I mean, it's long. There's a lot. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Yeah. So it's your page 278, my 291. I think look at one more area. 294, number 16. I think I'm okay with this one. This is your page 281, but it talks about if a student is injured in a clinical setting. I feel confident in your BSN handbook. You probably have a needle stick policy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, it's in the handbook. And that, again, the handbook covers our VN, ADN, BSN programs, as well as the RN to BSN program. They're all under the same handbook.
It's just the way it reads. This is your page 281, my page 294, number 16. It's talking about providing emergency medical care for students or faculty injured while at hospital training. The cost of such treatment shall be the responsibility of the patient treated. So maybe when I read that at first, I'm like, wait, what?
Maybe looking at the wording.
It's just the way it reads.
Okay.
And maybe just clarify that the individual that's injured, if y'all aren't carrying liability, but if they're injured in the clinical, when your needle stick policy prevail, and that they would be treated by Shriner and not it be their economic responsibility or financial responsibility to pay for it themselves. It created a whole question in my mind about your needle stick policy, who's responsible for payment, and does Shriner have that policy and take care of their students?
We do take care of our students, and we also are committed to working with our partners. Their clinical partners also have their own needle stick policies as well, but we do have a needle stick policy in the handbook that we follow. Of course, safety's first. And of course, our student safety and health and well-being is of the utmost importance. And of course, we are going to cover. We'll take care of our students. Our students also carry their own insurance. I think this is pretty typical through for all university nursing schools. But of course, we would take care of our students. And if these things are happening again in an organization, one of our partnerships, of course, they will be involved in and notified and alerted to this as well, because they're going to have their own processes that would probably take precedence on that. And there is a timeliness piece to this. Yes, absolutely take care of our students. No problem. Thank you for the questions. It's making sure, I'll go back and I promise you I will look at all those things and make sure that we've got our things in a row.
Hi, this is Ellie Adamson. I represent RN Practice. I just had a couple of questions. First, I can see that historically you had the BSN program that you had to voluntarily close and you opened it back up. But since then, and it's been a good 8 years, you've had strong rates. And so I know this ADM program will be new to this school. What will you carry with it to make sure you're just as successful?
So after that closure, we had the opportunity, of course, I was listening to Coastal Bend, kind of the same thing. You go back and you look at your processes. And one of the things that we have done since we reopened in 2018 was really start focusing more and more on the student academic success piece of things. I am very proud of the fact, and I know Dr. Valdez was able to see some of the resources that we offer our students to ensure that they stay on track, that we're giving them the resources that they need to be successful. And working with Dr. Montoya and administration, we have also we have plans to incorporate several new staff members into our nursing program, specifically to help with that piece of the puzzle. We are creating, or in the process actually of writing a job description for our new success coordinator, who will be able to, that full focus on this full-time person will be meeting with faculty, meeting with students, making sure that we have a handle on who's at risk and maybe struggling in any of their courses. That person will also be our NCLEX specialist and person from start to finish that will help our students be successful at the end. That's the end game, right? Is for them to graduate, pass the NCLEX, and become superior, excellent nurses. So the addition of this faculty member or staff member will help with that. We already have peer tutors, nursing peer tutors. We have one of those assigned for our program right now. We currently are in the process of adding 2 more, so we'll have 3 of those, and they will be available to our VN, our BSN, and our ADN students on campus. We are making sure that, and our peer tutors always meet with students individually, as groups. Our new success coordinator will be doing the same thing and offering programs and organized meetings and individual as well as group tutoring or remediation types of sessions. They will be closely aligned with our faculty members who also as part of our process in all of our courses individually. Our faculty have a heavy, I wouldn't say heavy load, but a recognized commitment to really identifying the students that maybe aren't doing well, kind of going back to your grading, when they're struggling with their exams, for instance, or if they're not reaching what we think they need to be at any given point through the course. Our goal is to reach out often and sooner rather than later to help them be successful. So I think from the rebirth in 2018 and going forward, we really have focused on that piece of things in terms of identifying our at-risk students and not only within our own program. We have the processes within our nursing program that will help our ADN students as well as the other students, but we also have superior, extraordinary learning services on campus that are available to all students, not just nursing students, that support students if they have maybe difficulty with exam testing. We can work with our learning support services, and they can go to a different place for a quieter setting for exams for instance, to give them more time to do that. So we are tightly connected to learning support services to ensure and monitor our students, not only within our own group, but also with the help and support of what I consider to be extraordinary services for our students as well, because Schreiner wants them to graduate as well, not just our nursing program.
I think it's good that you're going to have a full-time dedicated resource to student success. I think that'll make a difference, especially for students that need that additional support.
Absolutely.
So thank you for putting that in place. And then I just had a clarification question. I did notice, I did read that you have a program director that's full-time and that they might have to go into staffing at a minimum. I mean, the maximum would be 3 hours. Is that only if there's an interruption in teaching or if there's something that comes up so that you have an immediate resource available?
Yes. So as the director, I'm the director of undergraduate nursing. I am actually over the BSN program. I'm currently the interim director for the vocational nursing, but we also have a program coordinator who's in the audience today to help with that program. And I think all programs sometimes run into those problems where maybe a faculty member gets sick, unexpectedly has to go out. Life happens. We are a relatively small program. We don't have a lot of faculty, so there might be some times when I would need to go into the staffing to help with that, but not over and above what we're allowed to do. We have to.
Thank you for that insight.
No problem. Thank you for asking.
Are there any other questions or statements?
Just a statement, just a comment. I was looking through your proposal and all, and talking about the number of programs in that area. San Antonio College has an extension program there. It's the Career Mobility LVN to RN and the Medic program that's online, and then they do their rotations there.
I don't know that I saw that in their listing. I know that San Antonio
It's on their
College
website. I contacted them yesterday.
has-
They do
Oh,
still
okay.
offer that program. Just wanted to make you aware because
okay.
of clinical, having to share clinical sites and all. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
I do know that it is my understanding that they had considered maybe doing an ADN program up in that area, but they have not started that yet. I'm not sure where they are with that, but I did talk to somebody at San Antonio College at some point.
it's a career mobility. When I attended SAC, they had it, and the Kerrville students would come over for lab and all, but they did their clinical rotations in Kerrville. So I called, and they said, yes, we still have that program where they take the courses online. They come to campus at SAC, but they do their clinical rotations in Kerrville.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, of note, our clinical rotations also are kind of all over the region. We share and have, again, I mentioned the Methodist group is one of our newer partnerships that I brought on board last year. So we are very blessed to have that, and I know that in San Antonio and in that region, I think this happens all over the state. We're sharing resources. Everybody's coming to San Antonio in our area, so thank you for that. That's not good to know.
Okay, thank you very much. I think if we have no further questions, I just wanted to say that your region has been in our thoughts and prayers. You've had a tough thing going on, and then you show up here all clean and ready and not waterlogged, and I just appreciate that. And last year as well, and don't know why it just sat on top of you guys again, but I just want you to know as a group that your community's in our thoughts. So.
Thank you for that. I know the first thing that we all did when it started raining last week and we were canceling clinicals. I have a BN program that's in progress right now. Could not do that. It was too unsafe to do that. But our first goal was to make sure faculty and staff and our students, I was calling people. I know that we have students that live in some of those hardest hit regions, but blessedly, they're all safe. Waterlogged, yes. But all safe this year. So thank you for asking.
I just had that on my heart, so I know that it's been tough. So, okay, we don't have any more questions. I think it's time for a motion. So if I could have a motion from a board member, please.
Madam President, could I just make a statement really quick,
Sure.
just with you? Would it be possible for the conditions and requirements, could we just make sure that we get follow-up, that board staff gets follow-up, that the high stakes testing has been corrected in the syllabi?
Let's see.
Trust but verify.
The conditions and requirements in the attached letter.
Just that, right, that one of those conditions or requirements be that that board education staff receive verification that the math has been corrected, that it's no longer high stakes from a vendor.
Okay, so
I don't think it has to change the motion, but
well,
I think no, it's very important compliance with the law. Okay, it's a statutorily required restriction that a school should not violate, and they're not asking to be approved to violate that, right? They're asking to be approved to be a approved program. They're going to be required to follow the law. If there's some, I might suggest that upon the evaluation of the program as it goes along by staff or others, that can easily be monitored. It is important compliance. So I think we can all understand that if the board votes to approve this, they're not approving that they can do a high stakes exam in violation of the statutory restriction on that. So I don't, if you're asking me, if you were to ask me, I kind of butted in, I guess. If you were to ask me if we should change the motion, nope. to include, talk about that? No, I don't think so. And I do think that the actual work that staff does and they do as they, get their program off the ground, they're going to know where the guardrails are, I would say. They have their own legal counsel and stuff.
I would just like to reiterate that we are fully committed to following those rules and guidelines. The high stakes exam policy is extremely important, and we follow those rules to the utmost. I think what I need to do is go back and clarify some of the wording, maybe in not maybe, but I need to go back and look at all the syllabi with my faculty, and ensure that it's completely clear, and take that concern completely off the table. And I value your feedback and your question on that, absolutely. It's concerning to me that it was maybe not clear.
Okay, so our legal counsel has said he thinks our motion.
Has it been made yet?
No,
Okay.
no, we're just now making it. And and impose conditions, requirements in the attached letter and board order. But
What does the letter say?
Well, the letter is a general letter
Mhm.
with this whole expectation is that those rules of 215 are
Yeah,
followed.
sure. Mhm. That's right.
So,
If that's the motion.
and Dr. Benton has just said that obtained the program shall follow Rule 215.8 if any increase in enrollment. That one is there, but we have Chapter 215 mentioned in the first paragraph. So I think we're covered because you will meet that.
There'll be a review. Yeah.
See
and
the survey visit report pursuant to. Okay. Legalese, we do the right thing. Okay.
I think the idea is to do the right thing all the time. Anyway.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And we just want to make sure it's clear. Okay. So could I have a motion from a board member, please?
This is Mary Grace Landrum, and I move to grant initial approval to Schreiner University to establish a new associate degree nursing education program in Kerrville, Texas, and impose the conditions and requirements in the attached letter and board order.
This is Daryl. I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. So if you'll please vote. So, Allison, and then Ellie, yours is not.
It's making its way through the interval.
Okay, so motion carries. So congratulations.
Thank you very much for your time and approval today. We appreciate it.
We wish you well.
Thank you for your thoughts too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Safe travels. Okay, board members, at this time, we are off schedule, and we're 50 minutes off schedule, and so we're going to take a 10-minute break. Our ideas of talking about that we would go grab something for lunch and eat in a minute aren't going to happen, because if we went to the Barbara Jordan building, it's chaos there, and there's no way we can get in and out. So what we will do is do 3.2.6C after a 10-minute break. After we finish with them, we will probably be close to doing open forum that everyone needs to be here for, and we will take a lunch break at that point. That's all we can do at this point. And, okay. All right. See you in 10 minutes. We are now in 3.2.6C, American Career College in Richardson, Texas, Associate Degree Nursing Education Program. And this is a public hearing for a new nursing program under Section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code. The Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from American Career College to establish a new nursing education program in Richardson, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from American Career College will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff has received no such requests. The proceedings today will be presented in the following manner. Persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. And if you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral arguments, your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to the board via email, the board staff. So will the representatives of American Career College Nursing Education Program raise their right hand and be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you. The board now recognizes Dr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. American Career College, a private institution, is requesting approval to establish a new associate degree nursing education program in Richardson, Texas. American Career College was founded in 1978 and currently operates 3 locations in California. American Career College offers a total of 6 diploma certificate programs, 7 associate degree programs, and 1 baccalaureate degree program. ACC was granted an exemption from the Texas Workforce Commission Career Schools and Colleges on June 11th of 2025 due to the program being approved through the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. The ACC ADN program is approved by the California Board of Registered Nursing, and ACC is accredited by the Accrediting Bureau of Health Education Schools and the Accreditation Commission for Education and Nursing. If approved, this will be ACC's first nursing program in Texas. I conducted a survey to the proposed program site on May 21st to ensure the facilities, resources, and services were appropriate and in alignment with Board Rule 215.11. I found the proposed program to be housed in a large, approximately 137,000 square foot building that they are going to share with their sister school, West Coast University. The space designated for ACC, the ACC nursing program, includes 2 large classrooms, a skills lab with 6 medium fidelity mannequins, storage space, and sufficient office space for faculty and the program director. The simulation lab is well equipped with 3 high fidelity mannequins and 2 additional rooms for debriefing. The facilities, resources, and services are adequate to meet the needs of the ADN program. The full-time ADN nursing program includes a blended instruction, combining in-person didactic instruction, online coursework, and faculty-supervised clinical experiences. The program is designed to be completed in 20 months with 8 10-week quarters of full-time study. The program consists of 99 quarter credits totaling 1,580 contact hours, including 680 didactic, 60 lab, and 840 clinical hours. The proposal states that the DECs are integrated across the curriculum in each didactic and clinical course, providing the foundational guidance and curricular expectations leading to the knowledge, clinical judgments, and behavior necessary for pre-licensure ADN nursing education. American Career College has secured 16 clinical affiliation agreements with a wide variety of healthcare partners, including acute care hospitals, rehab centers, home health agencies, and behavioral hospitals. The proposed Dean of Nursing, Dr. Carol Eldridge, collaboratively developed the new program proposal along with the identified campus director, Amanda Green-Chansey. Dr. Eldridge has extensive teaching experience in undergraduate and graduate nursing programs, both in traditional classrooms and through online hybrid formats, with a focus on leadership, nursing administration, and professional practice. The proposal requests enrollment of one cohort of 50 students 5 times a year, beginning in October of 2026 with an initial cohort. A second cohort of 50 students would start again in December of 2026. Then in year 2, which would be 2027, the admission cohorts will change to 5 cohorts of 50 students annually. The first cohort of 50 students is expected to graduate in May of 2028. Given that American Career College is requesting a significantly large enrollment due to this being American Career College's first nursing program in Texas, board staff are recommending a monitoring plan that entails the following conditions and requirements. 1, the program shall provide quarterly data and reports in the following areas for each term until full board approval is obtained. Admission data to include number of qualified applicants, applicants offered admission, and the number of students enrolled by admission cycle. De-identified grades for enrolled students for the reporting period. Numbers of full-time and adjunct faculty, faculty vacancy and turnover information, student attrition, current clinical schedules with types of clinical rotations, including name of faculty supervising, number of students and clinical sites, units, any significant changes in administration, data from student evaluations for each course, and a list of clinical facilities that have signed contracts to provide student clinical placements. Number 2, board staff shall conduct a survey visit within the first 12 months after students are enrolled and classes are in session. And at this time, I'd like to invite the representatives from American Career College to introduce themselves and share their vision for the ADN program with you.
Thank you, Dr. Donnelly. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Dr. Donnelly. Good afternoon, board. Thank you for considering our proposal for a new associate degree nursing program in Richardson. I am Dr. Carol Eldridge, the dean of our program. We will each of us introduce ourselves when we turn the mic over. I have been a registered nurse in the great state of Texas for over half a century. I have spent 25 years of that in nursing education, 19 of that in educational administration, and 7 of that as a vice president of a university with multiple Texas nursing campuses. Before this program, I started 2 other nursing programs in Texas, and so this is my 3rd time before the board. I'm kind of a serial program starter, apparently. I also worked for many years in DFW area hospitals and clinics. I am very proud to be a Texan. My kids and grandkids are all Texans, and so I feel I do understand the needs of Texas students and am well equipped to understand the dynamics that we are doing with a new program in Richardson. And American Career College is as committed to Texas students as I am. The resources provided for this program honestly exceed any that I have previously had, and it's been a lot of fun. Everything and everyone has been focused on creating success for our students. I'll highlight a few things before I pass this to the others. First, I want to highlight our administrative staff. We've already hired some significant numbers of administrative staff. Our Associate Director of Academics, who oversees curriculum and faculty development, our Manager of Clinical Operations, who coordinates clinical placements, and our Administrative Assistant. We're processing applications now for our Assistant Director of Persistence and Outcomes and our Nursing Academic Specialist. They work together to identify and guide students who need intervention. We're processing an application for our applications for our Associate Director of Clinical Operations, who manages the clinical instructors and partnerships, and for our Simulation and Lab Coordinator. For our faculty, we have, of course, a full-time faculty member right now, our lead faculty, and we have identified 3 other well-qualified nursing faculty. In addition, we have a mental health instructor, a fundamentals med-surg instructor, and a simulation instructor. And of course, all of the faculty for our general education courses are in place. These faculty have been fully oriented and have experience teaching Texas nursing students. At this moment, we have 34 qualified applicants for our remaining faculty positions, and we will have 8 full-time faculty in place to support the first 2 cohorts. Third, our building has been mentioned. We have amazing physical resources. The facility was purpose-built for nursing, and it is amazing. It's a tribute, honestly, to the beauty and the dedication of nurses. It's spacious, it's comfortable. We have an on-campus cafe that provides hot and to-go food items. And what I love about it is the cost is subsidized 50% by American Career College, so students can have a very affordable meals while they're there. We offer a variety of services, of course, to meet a broad range of student needs, including mental health support and other referral type services. Fourth, we help our community through philanthropic giving and through student engagement in that giving. We provide, for example, a free high school equivalency program for anyone in the community, whether they plan on being our student or not. This program is taught in both English and Spanish, and we cover all instructional and testing costs. We are well prepared to handle 50 students in 5 cohorts, and there are a lot of advantages for students and faculty for doing so. Having the 5 cohorts provides frequent entry points and course offerings, so students can progress without any kind of delay, no big delay, if they experience even a personal setback of some kind. And our clinical sites and faculty will benefit from our continuous presence. Second, a cohort that is sized to fit our resources enables us to hire more full-time faculty immediately, helping us to build a fully engaged team from the outset. And third, our students will learn from each other, as they always do. They study together, they gain energy and motivation from their peers. We have a peer tutor model that gives opportunities for the good students who enter first, then to help those who are coming along behind them. More of those we have from the outset to help our fellow students, the better. In all my years of doing this, I have never started a campus with a better equipped facility, a more comprehensive staffing model, a more tested curriculum, stronger administrative support, or a more experienced faculty and staff. We are ready, willing, and able to help alleviate the Texas nursing shortage. Now I will turn things over to American Career College's President of Operations, Timothy Lee.
Thank you, Carol. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Timothy Lee, and I'm the President of Operations for American Career College. I'm extremely proud to be in front of you all this afternoon to share the American Career College story. American Career College has been in operation and family held for almost 50 years. We are proud to be family held as we believe that our core values and commitment to our students are the key components to our success. When it comes to nursing programs, there are three key indicators that point to the quality of a program: retention rates, NCLEX pass rates, and most importantly, our graduates being able to get jobs. Our average first-time NCLEX pass rate over the last 6 years is 92%. And with our pass rate for the current year, that just closed at 97%. And that's just the first-time pass rate. If a student doesn't pass NCLEX on the first time, we continue to work with them. And our ultimate pass rate during that same time frame is 98%. Let me take it one step further. Our on-time completion rate, as reported to the California Board of Registered Nursing during that same time frame, is 95%. With an average on-time completion rate of 95% and a 98% ultimate NCLEX passing rate, that means that 9 out of every 10 students who began in our program became a registered nurse. That's an amazing statistic. We are very confident in our ability to have these same results in Texas. Our student demographic is very similar to that of the Dallas-Fort Worth market. It is also important to note that 60% of our graduates in their first job after graduation are placed in facilities within 10 miles of our campus. That means our students stay and work in their communities. Many of our students also speak a language other than English, which is an important component of effective patient care. Our program provides an important pipeline of practice-ready nurses to the hospitals that hire our graduates. We are confident in the ability to be successful in Texas, as our sister school, West Coast University, has operated one of the most successful BSN programs in Dallas for more than 12 years, with NCLEX pass rates consistently in the mid-90s. Though the American Career College name may be new in the state of Texas, our organization has a proven track record of success in the state. As you have seen in our application and we have demonstrated on our site visit with Dr. Donnelly, we have more than enough resources to support our ask. We have a state-of-the-art facility that has already completed dedicated classrooms, labs, and a simulation center ready to serve our students. Faculty and administrative spaces are also complete and ready to house our staff, with additional room to grow if needed. We will also demonstrate today that we have enough staff, faculty, and recruitment resources to support every single one of our students. When it comes to our clinical sites, we have been able to secure letter of support and clinical contracts to support at least 125% of our requests in every clinical specialty area. Those contracts have been submitted to the board with our application. In securing these relationships, we wanted to make sure that we were being good Texans. We are very purposeful to make sure that we did not displace one student or one program from any of those rotations. We were able to do this by not just going after prime clinical rotation shifts, but taking evening, overnight, and even weekend rotations. We have the facilities, we have the staff, and we have the clinicals to support our ask. As you can tell, we are very excited about our new campus. We're excited about being part of the solution to this nursing shortage in Texas, but we are most excited about being able to provide access to a quality nursing education and a pathway to a prosperous career to an underserved student population that will be truly transformational for them and their families. With that, I'd like to hand it off to Amanda Green-Chancey.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Amanda Green-Chancey, and I serve as the lead faculty for American Career College. I have been a registered nurse for over 15 years with clinical experience in emergency nursing. Most recently, I worked in the nursing education department at Texoma Medical Center, where I supported staff development, competency validation, and continuing education initiatives. Prior to that, I served as the program coordinator at Grayson College, where I was responsible for the program operations, faculty support, student success initiatives, curriculum implementation, accreditation compliance, and continuous quality improvement efforts, as well as classroom, lab, and clinical instruction. My experiences in both academic and practice settings have provided me with a unique perspective on nursing education. They have allowed me to understand not only what students need to be successful in the classroom and clinical environment, but also what healthcare employers expect from graduate nurses entering the workforce. Additionally, having worked closely with Texas nursing students for many years, I understand the needs of our diverse and often non-traditional student population. At ACC, we recognize that understanding our students is the first step in effectively educating them. As part of our faculty onboarding process, we include training focused on teaching strategies for non-traditional learners, cultural diversity in the classroom, student engagement, and academic support. This training helps ensure that faculty are prepared not only to deliver content, but also meet the students where they are and support them throughout the program. I'm excited to be a part of this team and this process. We have strong systems in place to support faculty feedback, curriculum review, and continuous program improvement. Our campus faculty meet monthly to discuss program operations, student progress, classroom and clinical needs, and opportunities for improvement. In addition, our quarterly curriculum committee includes nursing leadership from across ACC campuses. During those meetings, we review outcomes, retention, pass rates, student performance trends, and content gaps. Recommendations from the curriculum committee are then brought forward to the academic committee for review, approval, and implementation. This structure allows for clear communication and feedback in all directions, from faculty to leadership, from campus to campus, and from data review to action. I would also like to speak briefly about the clinical portion of the program. We have secured over 125% of the clinical placements needed for each required specialty and rotation to support our request. These placements include a variety of clinical settings, which will allow students to gain diverse, meaningful experiences across the continuum of care. Our goal is to ensure that students have strong exposure to direct patient care, specialty areas, and the professional expectations of nursing practice. In addition to direct patient care experiences, simulation is used intentionally to support and enhance clinical learning. Simulation is not used as a substitute for the majority of clinical learning, but rather as structured educational experience to reinforce clinical judgment, prioritization, communication, and safe nursing care. Overall, our students will complete over 500 direct patient care clinical hours, which prepares them for entry-level nursing practice. Our clinical evaluation process is also aligned with the DEX, and our evaluation tools allow faculty to assess student progression in areas such as clinical judgment, patient-centered care, communication, safety, professionalism, and accountability. Faculty use the tools to provide formative and summative feedback, identify areas for remediation, and ensure that students are meeting expected competencies throughout the program. Finally, student retention and success remain central priorities for us. We support students through early identification of academic and clinical concerns, faculty advising, skills remediation, tutoring resources, structured feedback, and individualized student support plans when needed. We understand that many of our students are non-traditional learners, and we're committed to providing the guidance, structure, and encouragement they need to progress successfully through the program. In summary, we are proud of the work our team has done to prepare for this program. We have thoughtful faculty onboarding, clear curriculum review processes, strong clinical partnerships, competency-based evaluation methods, and student support systems in place. We're committed to preparing safe, competent, and practice-ready nurses for the state of Texas. And with that, I'll hand it over to Nicole Jackson, the Executive Director.
Thank you, Amanda. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Nicole Jackson, and I serve as the Executive Director for the Richardson campus. In this role, I provide operational leadership for the campus and oversee all co-curricular departments. I am here today to express my support for our nursing leadership team, and I bring with me 24 years of experience in higher education management and leadership. I've called the DFW area home for the past 10 years, and I'm proud to have strong roots in this community. My 2 adult children and 3 grandchildren live in Texas, and my church is just located right down the street from the campus. I'm deeply committed to this community and honored to be a part of this exceptional campus and nursing program. Given the significant demand for high-quality nursing education, particularly programs that are designed with students' needs in mind, it's clear that this program addresses both workforce needs and issues of access and opportunity. Our associate's degree nursing program serves as a vital pathway into the nursing profession for students from underserved communities. We know that an important component of student success is their support. And at American Career College, we have a student services department that's committed to fostering student success by supporting academic, professional, and personal growth. Our students can participate in monthly volunteer opportunities. We offer a wide range of services to students, including a list of community resources to help them with personal needs such as childcare, transportation, housing, and other non-academic concerns. Additionally, American Career College partners with ATNA to provide a confidential student assistance program. And through this program, students can access up to 6 counseling sessions per year and 24/7 emotional well-being support. Counseling services are available face-to-face, via televideo, or through chat therapy. We also have a career services team. Our career services department is staffed with individuals that provide comprehensive support to our students while in school and graduates seeking employment in Texas. Services include individualized job search assistance, resume and cover letter development with keyword optimization tailored to healthcare applicant tracking systems, and structured interview preparation such as mock interviews. Career Services also hosts campus-based hiring events and facilitates direct connections with healthcare organizations to promote networking and employment opportunities within the regional nursing workforce. We know there's a lot more that goes into being a successful graduate than just being good at academics. It takes resilience, it takes support, and it takes a village. And we look forward to supporting our students every step of the way to ensure their success. And with that, I'll hand it back to Dr. Eldridge.
Thank you, Nikki. And thank you all for your attention and for letting us share our excitement about the strength of our program, about the dedication of our team, and about the extensive resources that we have in place to support our proposed enrollment. We're especially proud of the depth of nursing and Texas experience that is evident across our faculty and leadership team and the strong support we receive from American Career College. We're eager to contribute to the Dallas community and to impact the lives of our students and the communities that they will serve by preparing the famous competent, compassionate, and practice-ready nurses for the Texas workforce. We're confident we have the faculty expertise, the clinical partnerships, the facilities, the technology, and the institutional support necessary to successfully educate and support our students. Our goal is for every single student to succeed, and we welcome any questions.
Hi, this is Ellie Adamson representing RN Practice. I just wanted to clarify the summary of proposal. I did read where it's 50 students 5 times a year, so is that a total of 250 students annually?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And I know that you've had success with a similar program in California.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you expect any barriers here in Texas as a result of that transition, or do you expect to be equally successful?
We expect to be fully successful. We definitely we have the mechanics, the logistics worked out. It's like a fine-tuned machine, and so we don't see that being an issue in transferring here at all.
Thank you.
And Ms. Adamson, our strategy is not just to bring American Career College to Texas, but to bring Texas to American Career College. We feel our organizational values align very closely with that with the great state of Texas. We've been very purposeful in identifying leadership that aren't just great academics, but have deep roots in the state of Texas. And so the leadership has been very purposely selected to make sure we're successful and our students are successful.
I think that was a common theme, how everybody has community, family, and everybody else embedded into the area. So that's a strong commitment.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Allison Edwards, representing Baccalaureate Education. So I work in a program that for 16 years where we admit 3 times a year. So I am curious of your entry points for those additional 2 times. Would that be mid-spring, mid-fall?
Well, October, December, help me out. February, May, and July. Yeah.
Okay. So traditional entry point times, January, May, and then
It's kind of July, summer.
really
and-
not traditional. So it's really
Mm-mm.
so would you go through the months that you would be opening applications?
Yes, the entry points would be February every year, May every year, July, October, and December.
And applications are pretty much accepted all the time, and then we are processed for the whichever time they want to come in.
Okay.
Correct.
And then on your proposal, you list, it's your page 41, but I know, Dr. Eldridge, you were speaking about some faculty that have already been hired.
Mhm.
Could you just recap that? Because I was trying to take notes and
Sure.
also read, and it didn't coincide exactly what was within the proposal.
Right.
So it sounded like it was more recent information.
Yes.
So if you could reshare the current faculty, because I do have questions about what was listed in the proposal.
Okay, yeah. Of course, right now we have our lead faculty member, who's full-time, and then we have identified 3 others who are, one will cover mental health instructor, one will be fundamentals med-surg, and the third is a simulation instructor right now. And then we have 34 applications that we're processing to continue filling those open positions.
So were those 3 that you've hired, the maternal health, the sim, and what was the other one, PD? No.
It was mental health, fundamentals, med-surg, and simulation.
Okay, 4. Or one is overlapping.
One is fundamentals, med-surg,
Okay,
mix.
gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So are those listed on page 41 as any of the potential instructors? Those are
Yes,
listed?
some of those are listed, yes.
Gotcha. Because what I counted was you had 10 in the proposal, but really only 4 were nursing.
Right.
And
Some of the
2
others
were
are
kind of pre-nursing, micro and anatomy.
gen ed, right.
And then 4 were, I'm like, well, that'd be great if I was getting a liberal arts degree because they're humanities or, so I just was curious why you had these other 4 on the list of potential 10 faculty. You have a math faculty, you have 2 or 3 humanities, an English, PhD in humanities, and then communication, and then psychology. So where do they fit in the scheme of a nursing program?
And Ms. Chansey could also probably add into it too. What's unique about our program, it's not, most traditional nursing programs, you do all your gen eds up front, then you transfer into a nursing program. Our program has the gen eds incorporated with this. So from the beginning, they'll be taking 1 gen ed, a core nursing course, and clinical or skills courses. So part of the faculty we identified have been those gen ed faculty because they'll be needed right from the beginning. We do have a lot of faculty and even leadership positions that we've identified, and we're just waiting for approval to extend formal offers.
And would you be sharing that baccalaureate, the BSN program from West Coast? Because you're sharing the physical space, but you're not going to be sharing, they're not going to be doing adjunct or helping with skills lab or any of that?
No, it's, of course, adjunct instructors could end up working for both. I could see that potentially happening, but it's not a plan. We have designated faculty and designated space. Everything's really completely separate.
Not sharing faculty with West Coast?
No.
Not full-time faculty, not skills facilities. Everything is completely independent.
Okay. And do you have plans? Because obviously in California, you're accredited through the Accreditation Commission for Education Nursing, ACEN. Do you have, and I know this is very premature, but do you have plans for that credential?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. As we're able to proceed, we will.
Okay. I think I'll go back through my notes, but thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
Mary Grace?
Thank you. Thank you for your proposal. My question is in regard to financial support for students and the services that you would be providing.
Nikki, you want to take that?
Yes, I can take that. Thank you. So many of our students are going to be first-time college students, and we do have a financial aid department that walks the students through every step of the financial aid process. They do this in a one-on-one setting, so there's lots of hands-on attention there. This includes entrance and exit loan counseling, and they work with students in applying for federal financial aid as well as private student loan options or payment plans. And we also currently have internal scholarships that students can apply for. We're still working on some more as we get going. The goal of our financial aid department is for students to have one less thing to worry about while they're focusing on their education, trying to take care of them. And I'm sorry, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, it's better. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Okay. Yeah, so we're working on scholarships internally. We've got some already set up for them to apply for. But our goal is really to make sure that we take care of them the best that we can because it's the first time for them and make sure that we can handle and make school affordable for them while they attend so they can work about, they can be more focused on their academics.
We currently have 7 scholarships. Some are merit-based, some are needs-based that students could apply for.
Great.
But we do work with students. And as Ms. Jackson was talking about, our financial aid department sits down kneecap to kneecap with students because they are first-time college students. So some get intimidated with the process. So they will sit kneecap to kneecap, walk them through the entire process and make sure. That's one of the things we want to make sure students aren't worried about going to school. Nursing school is tough enough, as you all know. So we want to take that worry off their plate as much as possible.
Thank you. Appreciate that. A final question is, and correct me if I didn't understand this correctly. So you have a student that that maybe leaves for a period of time. They come back in. Is it to a new cohort? And my real question is, would you ever anticipate having more than 50 students in a particular cohort?
As far as anticipating, sure. I think that would be, might be something we would look at someday, but we're not there yet. And the a student coming back really could just pick up. Yes, they kind of would go into a new cohort. Yes, but so they say they've just missed, one session, then they can easily pick up with the next one because things are offered all the time.
Yeah. My concern more so is, when you have 30 students, it's easy to get a little more individualized attention and opportunity to engage with the instructor, and how much that lessens as you increase the number of students in a given cohort. So.
And I can see, where you would get that. And that's part of the reason our model is proven, because we do target as many full-time faculty as possible. What we learn with the full-time faculty, they're much more vested in student outcomes and student success. And they're teaching every single term. They have a course assignment every term, so they get really connected with the students. To your question, if a student, that's why our model, I think, is so successful. If a student is off sequence for some reason, they can immediately get back on sequence. A lot of times in traditional models, students may have to sit out 6 months or a year before their course comes along again. And with nursing concepts, simple to complex, they scaffold on top of each other. If a student is sitting out 6 months, information decay sets in and erodes that foundation. So it makes it tougher for students to complete. So we feel like our model actually has been proven and it's been very successful. And as far as cohorts more than 50, there's no plans to grow the program. However, if a cohort is full and a student has to come back in sequence and they do enter another cohort, that might have 51 students in it, but there's no plans to grow beyond that as of now.
Thank you.
Madam President, I had a quick question. Kathy Lederhorn, representing LVN Practice. I'm not an educator, so my comments or questions are more boots on the ground. I do look at student reviews. I'm very, to see what the students are saying. Couple of things. How large is your radiology tech department that also is housed in that Richardson building?
The Rad Tech department started their first group of students, and there's only 20 students. And is today their first day? Absolutely.
Really? Okay.
And that the radiography department has its own lecture rooms, their own labs. It's all completely set up, and it's 20 students. We also identified a local Texan who's opened up radiography programs in Texas, and it's awesome. They're right there. There's 20 students, and our goal is down the road looking at the interprofessional education opportunities at that campus. Things that we can run through the SIM centers with both programs.
And I always, for every program, I look at student reviews, and I do take a lot of them with a grain of salt because I hated organic chemistry too. So I do take that with a grain of salt. However, over and over, there was a couple of comments about that it's grown so fast that there's not enough room in the computer lab to take tests and that sort of thing, and they're taking tests on laptops. So I saw that a couple of times, and then ridiculous, but still, it's a huge thing. You better get there early or you're not going to have parking. That the parking is an issue. And I mean, I know the DFW area, and it is insane. I get that. I have to race to get to Texas Health to get a parking spot. But those are just a couple of things that I've saw that maybe you can look into.
Absolutely. Well, I will actually address those because we see those comments and we react to them as well. So in our ADN program at that building in Richardson, we've actually created our own laptop carts in our classrooms. And it's really cool when we do the test, we pull out secured laptops because we found some really ingenious ways of how students are manipulating the testing systems, like having people from a different country logged into their computer and they come in and open their laptop and they act like they're testing. So we bring our own secured laptops. We have little flip up boards on the tests to create, it's like a little cubicle right there. So we've addressed that. We have our own computers in the room, a big giant like safe on the wall with like 50 laptops in it. And parking, we do understand. So the organization also does own a lot right next door. So there is plans as we grow to create additional parking right next door.
This is Allie Adamson representing Iron Practice. I just wanted to make a small statement. I didn't even know people could do that, log in from a different country to take the test for them.
It's
crazy.
If students
Like,
spend
I
as
hadn't
much
thought
time
about that.
studying as they did trying to manipulate the exam, they'd all pass with A's, but yes.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. It's something to know.
Kathy Ship, and so I've been in academia for a long time. I'm a practice nurse practitioner, but I taught in every level of nursing. So I was trying to find, and it's 1,100 pages, and so I'm sure I missed it, but I can't find it. So the students, so you've talked about first time to go to college. Your wording was non-traditional, meet students where they are. And then you talked about in California, you have a 95% completion rate, and that's crazy high. And so you talked about creating success for students, early ID, and counseling. So what are your parameters on who you're choosing to be your student? I couldn't put my...
Okay. Well, of course, there is a GPA minimum, and then they take an entrance at
So
2.5.
Coming from high school.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then because they're not going to have any prerequisites because you're going to do them concurrent.
Right. Correct. Yes. But we do have an entrance exam, and we do have an interview process, and they have to also write an essay. And there's a lot of discussion with them about what is required in nursing school. It's like we're not trying to sell them on nursing school. We're trying to make sure they know this is a very challenging thing they are entering upon, and that they understand the implications of all of it. Amanda or Tim, you have other things to add to that? Or
No, I think you covered all the points.
Okay.
Yeah, our deans do a really good job of setting expectations up front. We talked about some of those off-cycle clinical rotations. We let the nurses know your clinicals can run Sunday through Saturday, 12 a.m. to 12 p.m. It all depends on the hospital. But we think that expectation, and that has been like a secret sauce, an unrealized secret sauce, because our students are committed. And when they graduate, they're more practice ready because their first job out of school isn't going to probably be that Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. shift that they get. So our students are actually ready to enter the workforce because they're used to doing clinical rotations at some of those non-standard hours.
One more question, geographically. So I worked with, it was from Lubbock, Sisters of St. Joseph of Orange in Orange County. It was owned our health system, and it was bought out by Presbyterian or something like that. But I spent a lot of time there. And so your school is in that Orange, Anaheim area. And you said these are the same kind of students, non-traditional learners, and all you have that same kind of student?
I'm glad you're familiar with Southern California. Great. But our ADN program is not at that Anaheim campus. That Anaheim campus in Orange County is more affluent.
I was just going to say that.
Our ADN program is in Los Angeles, and it's a very metropolitan area, very diverse. I was surprised to see the percent, it was the percentage of Hispanic population in the area is almost identical to DFW. When I looked at the demographics, it looked like a perfect fit. The DFW area is one of the fastest growing areas in the state, if not the country. With our entrance in the market, we see there's capacity for clinical education at the hospitals. There's demand for students for nursing education, and we know there's an acute shortage of nurses in the DFW area. So we feel like it couldn't find a better place to call home.
Okay, thank you. I just couldn't wrap my brain around
Orange County. Yeah. I can't even afford to live in Orange County.
Okay, and did you have some more, Allison?
I was asking Ken if he had anything first, and he says no, so I'll go again. Went back through my notes. Thank you, Dr. Eldridge and team. I wanted just a positive comment on your performance evaluations for evaluating in-program. I've never seen an acronym like this. In-program student learning objectives, EPSLO, and it was all over the proposal. But they were very thorough, very specific, critical competencies. Just, I feel sorry for the faculty having to complete them, but they're very good. And so, if they're truly used in the method or in the manner that you wish them to be, if they're being authentic, the faculty being authentic, it's going to truly evaluate your student population. On the flip side of that, you are going to be competing for faculty and for clinical spaces. You know that. Just curious why 35 miles away, you've got a state-supported learning center that I've never seen anybody jump out there and get a clinical affiliation with. It would provide really robust experiences for your many, many students that you're going to have to place for med surge, potentially mental health, because it's intellectual and developmental disabilities. It's a state-supported learning center, so you're getting a really diverse population 35 miles away. So I'm curious why you wouldn't explore that to really expand potential, because nobody in your area is doing it.
We are still currently looking for clinical placements in areas like that. So that's always going to be on our radar, and definitely we'll take a look into that for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Any other questions or statements, members? And are you still looking? You're good?
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for being here today. And while I was looking on that student thing, I lost my way. Okay. So if there aren't any more questions, then I need a motion, please.
Ellie Adamson, representing RN Practice. I move to grant initial approval to the American Career College Associate Degree Nursing Education Program in Richardson, Texas, and impose the conditions and requirements in the attached letter and board offer.
A second?
This is Nancy Lewis, a second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. If you will please vote. There it is. Okay, it just came up. So motion carries.
Yay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Do you want to text Brittany and tell her we're going to be a little late? Oh, gosh. Okay. Mhm. I don't think they can do it in 10 unless they're just going to 6th floor. Okay, board members, we've got about 10 minutes until open forum, and I need everybody back. So if you want to go to 6th floor and get a snack, you could do that. Or after open forum, you could go to Barbara Jordan. It would, so those are the options that we have. And we just need to be back in time for open forum at 1. Okay? Thank you. Sorry, we're just a little behind time here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board, I am recognizing this time as the beginning of open forum. Normally, this is an opportunity for the public to voice observations and opinions about the regulation of nursing, the approval of nursing schools, and/or nursing practice issues which fall under the purview of this agency. We welcome ideas or recommendations about issues in nursing practice or education. The information shared with us will assist the board in its regulatory role. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. Keep in mind the board's jurisdiction is limited to the approval of schools of nursing, examination and licensure of nurses entering practice, and the regulation of practicing nurses. Many aspects of healthcare, such as the operation of hospitals and the licensure or practice of healthcare providers other than nurses, are beyond the board's purview. In eligibility and disciplinary matters, the law provides that the board act on the basis of admissible evidence, which is secured and presented within the requirements of due process and the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA. Therefore, during this forum, we cannot receive information about any pending cases. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony relating to this hearing. At this time, we invite anyone wishing to address the board during open forum to step forward, identify yourself, and present the information that you wish to share with the board. Is there anyone here requesting open forum? Okay, seeing no one and hearing no one come forward, it is 1:07 and open forum's closed. Thank you. Okay, we're going to come back at 1:30. 7.11 Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses Quarterly Report for the third quarter. And after we have 7.11, we'll do agenda item 9.2, which is Board Development Texas Peer Assistance Program. And we're getting our laptop set up. And we have Brittany Majeski, MSNRN PMH-BC Program Director for TPAPN, Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses. You ready? Yes. Welcome.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here. The first thing I'm going to do, this is my colleague, Stacy McCall. She works for TPAPN as well as our outreach specialist, and she is also a nurse. Her specialty is certified addiction registered nursing. So she is here with us today, so we're happy to have her. Before we start the slides, just to give you a brief review of the third quarter for our 2026 year, which ran from March 1st through May 31st of 2026. Looking at just a few of the data that we're going to talk about that we typically review, of course, on referrals as compared to the previous quarter, we're pretty flat as far as that goes. So we went from 143 last quarter to 142. Pretty consistent. Didn't really go up much or down much. That's very similar to a lot of our numbers that you will see this quarter if you did a comparison. Our pre-enrollment did go up by 1. We had 23 nurses engage in our pre-enrollment process, which I'll speak a little bit about that here in just a little bit. The PAs that we had signed, which are participation agreements, those are things that we like to see. That is, we had 43 nurses, and we have 546 nurses that are actively with us at this time. So again, you see those numbers, they're pretty similar to the last quarter. Other things that I want to highlight from this particular quarter involve our new advisory committee appointment. So we had put out the call for our position for a nurse leader or an employer of nurses specifically. That position was up and available, and we had a really great response. We were really thrilled to see that. Typically in the past, at least the last time we did that, we just had a couple of applicants. We had over 13, which is a lot for us for that one position. And so we were successful in obtaining and reviewing those applications and getting that approved through our own internal process. And we're excited to welcome that member coming into our next fiscal year, which will be Dr. Brandy McDonald. And she is going to join us on our advisory committee. So we're very excited about that. In other news, and Stacy, one of the things that she helps with us do in relation to our outreach is, speak and try to recruit more peer support partners. That's always something that you utilize, usually hear me speak about. It's a wonderful opportunity. And again, I'll speak a little bit more when we go through today's presentation about our peer support partners. We were able to increase that by 1. So we have 99 active peer support volunteers, and they are doing such an amazing job. We could not do this work without them, and our outcomes are always, the research is showing, external research right now is showing really good evidence of peer support leading to better outcomes when it comes to recovery. So other things around outreach that we had a very successful, I think you all heard me probably speak on it several times, but we had a successful employer workshop. It was something that we'd worked on for a majority of the year, getting together, having a variety of different speakers, and that was done virtually. We've also now, since then, been able to work with our communications department, and that's now available on demand for anybody that's interested in seeing that. If you didn't get to see the employer workshop and hear the speakers, it gives a lot of good information about a variety of different topics ranging from, addiction and nursing, mental health, a nurse researcher, our own, CNOs speaking to their experience, as well as TPAPN and how we can better engage with employers and hope to have more TPAPN-friendly employers. So that was really successful for us, and we're hoping to, by opening that up on demand, really double down our efforts on reaching many, many more employers, including our colleagues in HR, as well as legal teams that sit in those kind of that have any part of the role in employing nurses. So we're excited to do that. And going into this next year, soon we'll be reviewing our strategic plan and our goals. And I think one of our big focuses in this next year is, of course, going to be on employers and what we can do to continue this collaborative work so that nurses, when they are in our program, have great success and we have a really resource-rich opportunity for them to get back to safe practice. Okay, I think that's it for my report, but if there are questions, of course, I would love to entertain them. Did I miss anything?
Madam President, I have a quick comment.
Okay.
Not pertaining to your report, which is always so thorough. Could you please pass Serena Bumpus our congratulations? I saw her as a inductee in October for FAAN. So please pass along our congratulations.
I absolutely will do that with pleasure. With pleasure. We are so grateful to her, and thank you for that. All of her work.
I thought it was a great report. I don't know that you always had all the color. All your reports have always had, I was trying to remember.
I've always had what?
All the color and the
all the
reports.
colors.
Mm-hmm, and your communications and everything that. So I thought it was good. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions? And so that was just a information only. It's not a voting item. And so now, okay, yes. So I guess we'll turn around. We can, some of us will be turning around. We'll have our backs to you. We'll have. It is on our computer. So we can watch on our computer while she's talking. Okay.
There we go. Madam President, are y'all ready? It's like I'm going to put on a show and start juggling for you all. I'm sorry. I am a stander by nature when I present. I apologize. So sorry for the delay, but thank you all. I'm so thrilled to kind of do something a little bit different for you all today. And, you know, over the next 30 minutes, I'm going to talk really quickly to try to get through a lot of information. It's pretty information dense. And so if there are questions that come up, please write them down at the end of today. If we don't have time to answer them in today's session, just because we're trying to ensure we're timely, these lovely, I'm sure you all know how to get in touch with me. And I would be more than happy to answer those questions. So I think it's important to start, and I'm really excited for this because I think, you know, many of you know the history and the background of TPAPN, but for those that may not, or that may be listening today, I'm going to start with just a brief history. And then we're going to go into what I've been asked to do today is kind of walk you all through what it is like for a nurse that is referred to TPAPN. So we're going to give you an example of somebody from referral all the way to completion or closure, and some of the nuances that go around that, what it may be like for them, and some of the details that may be helpful for you all as you are, you know, hearing this data, reviewing these reports. I'm hopeful that it will be of benefit. So first things first, I know when I go and talk to, or I know when Stacy does as well, a bunch of college classes, when I tell them TPAPN's been around since 1987, they tell me that that's the late 1900s, which is just, yeah, I know. I just take a deep breath when they say that, but it's hilarious, so I like to use that too. So TPAPN, we were so lucky here in the state of Texas because we came into being because of like-minded individuals that were recognizing in the late 80s that were in that recovery realm, some of which were nurses, that there was no legislation that existed and no real programs that existed for nurses that were struggling with substance use or mental health conditions that could potentially impair their practice. So they were amazing, as nurses are, in advocating and getting legislation passed into place. And with the support since 1987 of you all at the Board of Nursing, we have brought into the Texas Peer Assistance Program for nurses and have been the alternative to discipline program for our state for all license levels, LVN, RN, APRNs. You all see that in the data that's usually presented since that time. Now, the good news is, just like in anything, I always like to say this, in any kind of healthcare realm, just like anything else, we have evolved with the times. We have, continued to look at best practice, what's evidence-based practice saying, what are the experts in the field looking at, and with the support of you all as the board, we have been able to make huge changes in the program in a positive way. And what I mean by that is the program used to be a much more kind of a cookie cutter program. Not that it was bad. That was what was available and known. That was appropriate knowledge for the time. However, as we know, best practice changes, new evidence arises, and with that, we need to edit and update our programs, excuse me. And so as a result of some of those things, since 2017, we started and we developed something called the Matrix, which some of you have heard me talk about, and we'll give that a little bit more attention later in today's presentation. But that Matrix really allowed us to move the program from a much more cookie cutter program to offering more individualized monitoring plans and that are much more person-centered, but we still have the fidelity of a base structure of our program. It just allows us the opportunity to continue to evolve and offer individualized monitoring. And so from there in 2020, just last year, I was about to say 2021. It is 2026 today, Brittany. But in 2025, with, again, you all's support, we were able to review that, update it with the best, evidence-based practice, what's happening in recovery and addiction work, and we're continuing to move that dial. So I'll share with you some of that later. So why does this matter, right? What is the reach when we're talking about how many people does substance use and mental health impact, specifically in the nursing profession? And, there's so much research out there on this. Many of you have probably been a part of it or are very, very knowledgeable of this research. Depending on your source, you're going to see anywhere from 10% of the nursing workforce upwards of 20+% of the nursing workforce may be impacted by substance use problems. Now, this isn't talking about other mental health conditions that we know can also potentially impair practice. And so with that, I utilize this statistic a lot because I think it was a really well done study that Trinkoff did in 2022, which we know was in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, right? That was kind of right in the center of it. So this statistic shows that 18% of our nursing workforce screened positive for substance use problems at that point. We know that that number might be actually much higher because there is fear, bias, and stigma, all related to people's willingness to come forward and be open and say, hey, I need help. We are here at TPAPN to really help work with work sites and facilities, and you all as the board, in encouraging early intervention so that we can both offer that support and accountability for safe practice. We want to support the nurses and get them through recovery and have that monitoring and that safety net to ensure that there's the accountability. Now, you all know in our numbers that we have approximately 500 plus nurses in our program, which is one of the larger programs in the nation. However, In the state of Texas, we have 400,000, give or take, active nurses. A little bit of a discrepancy in the statistics with how many of us may struggle and how many are in programs such as TPAPN, right? It's very underserved, and we know that one of the driving factors of that is stigma, as well as, individuals having the knowledge, the education to set up appropriate policies that are supportive of safe practice, and that includes helping nurses in recovery. Because if we're open to that early and often, that is hopefully encouraging that kind of referral. Let's get them help before there is an incident that involves either their life or someone else's. So lastly, before we get in our meat and potatoes of today, which is the referral process through, this I just am going to spend just a couple of minutes on because it's just as a reminder. I hope that this comes through anytime you are engaging. I am so lucky. I work with some amazing, amazing people, our case managers, our executive administrative team, our CEO, and you all. And so I am so thrilled, but I think it's important to quickly define how, as a program, does TPAPN view and hope that we can help other healthcare professionals and nurses view specifically the definition of addiction and also mental health conditions. So there's two definitions on here. I'm not going to read them directly to you. That's just not my MO, but I am going to say a couple of things if you don't remember anything else. And the two things that I think are really important when we're framing all of this work is to understand that addiction is a treatable chronic medical disease. It's very complex, a lot more complexities other than that, but framing it, it's not this idea of this moral failing, right? I have a good colleague of mine. She is a psychiatric nurse practitioner, and she does a lot of work in the substance use and mental health realm, of course. And with that, she has told me one of the questions she asks every single client that comes in, every single one, and she says, why did you take your first drink? Or why did you take your first opioid? Whatever it may be, whatever substance use that they are having. And it has never been, and she told me this, it has never been because I wanted to be a person with a substance use disorder, because I hoped to divert, right? That's just not reality. And so I think, ensuring that on our framework, as we view these cases, as we talk to these amazing nurses that are it is a treatable chronic medical disease. And then the second definition I really love because it addresses one of the things that causes so much stigma as it relates to addiction, even peer-to-peer, right? Especially, nurse to nurse, and that is the word relapsing. I love that it addresses the relapsing nature of individuals that may be in recovery, because I think just like other treatable medical conditions, we regularly may have to go back to alter our treatment plans, alter our monitoring plans, whatever it may be. This is not unique to addiction alone because we treat them the same. They are treatable chronic medical diseases. Okay, now shall we get into it? How about we do a brief little overview, but I'm going to start with the referral process. I won't spend a whole lot of time on that, but I want to just give a brief overview of some highlights for what it may be like for somebody that's referred and some of the differences depending on how a nurse comes to us. I think that that's important to know. So first and foremost, we call it referring to TPAPN because we are the alternative to discipline. We are in theory a voluntary program. And so it is a referral. It is not a report. It is a report whenever the case needs to go to the Board of Nursing. And so what is the difference? I like to make things very simple. This is oversimplified, but we get this question all the time. When do I refer to TPAPN versus report to the Board of Nursing? And the simplest answer is you refer to TPAPN if there's a concern with substance use or mental health or potential, but there's not been a Nursing Practice Act violation. Best example of this, we're in the ER and we're going out every shift afterwards to happy hour. Most every one of my colleagues, right, they can have 1 or 2 drinks, stop, go home, and enjoy the rest of their day. Yet we have the nurse that may be struggling with alcohol use. And so rather than stop at 1 or 2 drinks, they're going home and possibly having 4, 5, 6, 7 more just to be able to come down from their day. and they recognize this. They recognize they're having to have more and more and more. They have not been to work impaired. They have not had any sort of incident, but pretty soon they recognized that at the end of the day, even my work shift, I'm starting to feel signs and symptoms of withdrawal. This is a perfect opportunity. Let's get this nurse in. Let's encourage referral to TPAPN before there is a practice violation. The great news is we are incredibly collaborative with you all and your amazing enforcement team over here. We get the pleasure, they have to meet with us every single week. I'm sorry. But because of that, oftentimes there's a lot of individuals that will refer to TPAPN, or it may be reported to the board, but you all are very supportive. And so if it is around substance use or mental illness, oftentimes we will get the opportunity to help that nurse. So these are the types of referrals that we receive. I'm going to kind of section these actually just into two, because really the bottom three, the third party, the board third parties, meaning somebody reported to you all and you all have given us the opportunity to monitor that nurse, or the board orders, are all treated pretty similarly in terms of our communication with you all, ensuring that there's a safety net in place. We're going to go through what's a third party case today to speak about what we do in collaboration with the board, specifically with those. The one that is a little different is self-referrals. This is where we talk about early intervention a lot. We want to encourage work sites to be TPAPN friendly, and that includes offering opportunities before there's a practice violation to come and say, I need help and I'd like to self-refer to TPAPN. And if they do that and they're in monitoring and they're adherent to the monitoring plan, if there is no practice concerns, that is kept confidential. That is the one time when we actually do not disclose that information to you all at the Board of Nursing. Now, the one thing about that, you hear me say if they're adherent and safe practice, but the other thing about that is, as a condition of signing a participation agreement with us at TPAPN, all nurses do have to go on to the site and self-select, or you all will do it for them, to be a single state license for the duration of the time that they're at TPAPN. So that is the one caveat for the self-referrals. They will have to request to be a single state. They do not have to say why. Lastly, on the referrals, before we get into our walkthrough here, is that the referral source is kept confidential. For those of you that aren't aware of that, anybody can refer a nurse. We don't investigate. That's where we tag out, and you all are the awesome investigators. We don't have an investigation team, so we're going to offer, if a nurse is appropriate for us, we're going to offer them the opportunity to come into the program, but that referral source is kept confidential. Okay, so here's our case. This is a pretty standard, a typical case that we may see come in. And it's a third-party referral, meaning that it's from anyone really other than the nurse themselves or you all as the board. And this one came from Hospital X regarding concerns of diversion and impairment with Nurse B. So some of the evidence that we have in the referral is that the pharmacy reports are showing inconsistencies in reporting, documentation, increased Pyxis pools from Nurse B. And then we have another nurse that's on the floor that reported that Nurse B appeared to be stumbling and slurring their words. Unfortunately, Nurse B did refuse their for-cause drug screen, and at this place of work, they were terminated, and then Hospital X sent them to TPAPN. If you're worried, because I just told you that a referral should be no Nurse Practice Act violation, and you're looking at this thinking that there could be, well, I'm going to tell you why there's a safety net in place for third-party referrals. So third-party referrals, this would be a situation in which weekly, when we're meeting with the Department of Enforcement, we review all third-party referrals so that if there is some concern that we're not aware of, information that the board may have that we're not privy to, we do review and ask for the opportunity to monitor this nurse. Most often, we are given that opportunity to allow at least, offer the nurse a monitoring contract with TPAPN while you all investigate. So what's initial contact look like? The very first thing when we get that referral, it usually takes it's 14 days or less to get a case manager assigned to that case. Again, amazing case managers. What we will do is we send them an intake packet, And in that packet, there's a lot of good information. It's a letter with time frames, as well as a bunch of resources. I actually brought one, and I'm happy to leave it and pass it around if you're interested in looking at what that looks like. Also in that packet is the contact information to their assigned case manager, who will be calling them within a couple of days of us mailing that packet out. We do what's called an initial phone call. We do that for a variety of reasons. We're going to call that nurse to first establish rapport, right? We want to establish rapport. We want to, talk to them, try to alleviate, because you can imagine getting a letter in the mail. That is going to be, fear-provoking, potentially. And so we are going to answer questions, allow them the opportunity to, of course, rebuke, whatever it is that they feel like they need to talk to our case managers about. And then we're going to offer them the opportunity to come into TPAPN if they would like to. Now from here, there's two options. They can either choose to enroll in TPAPN, or the other option is typically that if they elect not to enroll in our TPAPN program, the case is closed. And this is, again, where there is a safety net when it comes to public safety and patient safety, is because most often those cases, when they are closed, they're going to be sent to the Board of Nursing. Again, we get to say, tag in, and then you all will do your process, which I'm not going to be speaking on today. But essentially, that case, that is that nurse's choice. And at that moment, they can choose not to proceed with us. But for today's example, this nurse decides that they would like to proceed with enrollment in TPAPN. So the very next thing that we do with every nurse, whether they are here for substance use, mental health, or a co-occurring situation, is typically we get baseline toxicology. We want that baseline. We love baselines in nursing, right? We got to see a baseline so we know where we're starting from. So we'll order a quick baseline toxicology initial drug screen, and then we will also get a fitness to practice evaluation. So we have a set of TPAPN approved evaluators, and with them, the nurse gets to elect. They're all over the state of Texas, but they have been approved through us. The nurse can select who they would like to go to. And those evaluations really help give us there's that clinical evidence-based practice. Our evaluators, our clinical psychologists are utilizing assessments, the best tools to ensure, is there a diagnosis? Are there treatment recommendations, or is there not a diagnosis? And this was perhaps just, a one-off type of situation. And so the very next step is going to be with that evaluation. Now, I told you guys I would talk a little bit more about our matrix and how we utilize that to build an individualized monitoring plan for these nurses. And so this is actually available on our website, but this is just an example. We have a variety of tiers in each track. We have one track that is available for nurses that, of course, are coming to us with a substance use or co-occurring diagnosis, and then one track that's available for a mental health condition that does not include substance use, but it could potentially impair their practice. And so a lot of factors go into where they are placed in those tracks on each tier. And a part of that is the referral information, collateral information, the clinical assessment tools that are utilized by our psychologists, as well as, is there a diagnosis? Where are they? Is it mild, moderate, severe? Is there a remission status? Have they been in sustained remission, early remission, no remission? All of these things go into where they may be placed, and all of that factors in. Another part that I think is hopefully helpful to you all is how I was talking about, we have a baseline structure, and that's our matrix. That's our programmatic structure that we have gathered data from external experts, internal experts, yourself as boards, national standards on this, as well as utilizing the ASAM criteria as far as for recovery. And so we look at the evaluator, and then we collaborate a lot with our evaluators to ensure that whatever monitoring plan, the participation agreement that we're putting forward is going to be the best thing that we can offer and the most individualized that we can offer. And so here you see the things that they are strictly evaluator determined, right? They're the specialists. They're going to be determining the diagnoses, if there is a diagnosis, the severity, as well as the remission specifier. They're going to talk about the expected level of treatment based on where they're at, where each individual is at, as well as recommended recovery support. To talk a little bit about that, what I'm really proud of some of the work that has been done in that area. Historically, that recommended recovery support would have been NA or AA. And not that there's anything wrong with those. That's wonderful. They've done some amazing work in the recovery world. However, that doesn't always fit every single situation. And so we've been able to offer much more person-centered, individualized. There's a whole lot of different mutual support groups that we can talk to and have a collaborative conversation with the nurses and say, hey, have you tried this before? Was it effective? Do you want to try a different mode? Celebrate recovery, peer support. What else is out there that we can help? And it can be included in a, excuse me, I think that's my slide saying I'm talking too much. Apologize. Anyway, but those are all evaluator determined. And then together we talk about fitness to practice. We look at parameters and supervision, and we'll talk about what that means. It's really supportive oversight is what we're talking about there when they go back to work, when our nurses are put back into work, which is a big goal of ours. You'll hear me talk about that a lot. And what does that, if they're not fit to practice right away, what does it take to get them to get back into safe practice? Because we really want them there. And then our minimum requirements for length in the program and toxicology testing is determined by TPAPM. So here's the participation agreement that we were offered. This nurse that came to us from Hospital X. They were diagnosed with opioid use disorder, severe, no remission, major depressive disorder, and ADHD. So they've got, dual diagnoses co-occurring. They're going to be in the substance use track, and they are going to be on a 3-year contract. So within that 3-year contract, there's a lot of individual recommendations that are typically identified. Those can range from therapy to, of course, you heard support group. What does that support group look like? Work parameters, medication management, psychiatry, even volunteering. I've seen some really creative things happen, and it's all working so that we can help foster good recovery, balance, and getting back into your community. One thing that all of our nurses, this is just an important thing to note, all of our nurses, we are an abstinence-based program, and meaning that when they're in the program, whether they're in the mental health track or the substance use track, all substances that could impair functioning, including alcohol, they are not allowed to take those. There's a caveat to this. We are medication-assisted treatment or medication for opioid use disorder. We are very supportive of those things. We're supportive of nurses that have prescribed medications and do not practice medicine. So there are a lot of safety things that we have put in place so that nurses can continue to take their prescribed medications as long as they are safe to practice, and we have objective documentation showing us that. Very supportive of nurses continuing their medication management. So here's just some brief examples of some parameters that may be on practice. When we say parameters, very different than when a nurse is put on stipulations from the board or restrictions. We don't have any authority over their license. They are just here in, in the TPAPN program. And so these parameters are all built really, again, around recovery support. We want our nurses to understand that, finding through recovery, it is never linear, and we want them to have the time in which to go out and get therapy, the time in which to go to their mutual support groups and take care of themselves. So a lot of these are based around looking at a holistic approach, opportunities to instill boundaries and have good balance in their lives. These are just a few of the standard ones. We have a variety, it's individualized. And you're going to hear me in just a second, as we wrap up, talk about when somebody is in a program for a longer length of time, we do have earned advocacy. We want to give as much autonomy as we can. Our nurses are amazing. They're working incredibly hard. When we want to reward that in good recovery and show that we see that while they still have the safety net. So some of these parameters, as they progress through their recovery, will be removed. And we call that earned advocacy. This is my favorite. So everyone that comes into the program can be offered a peer support partner. It is absolutely something that we encourage. They are there truly as a support I always tell people they're not there to spy and come back and tell the case managers what's going on. That would defeat the purpose of peer support. They are truly there as it's a trust-based relationship to offer understanding and compassion and listen, offer hope, and support positive outcomes. So I think that this is a really important area, and almost every nurse that comes into the TPAPN program and signs a PA has a work requirement, regardless of if they have a board order that is confidential, non-confidential. It's a work requirement so that we can show in the monitoring program that they were successful in integrating back into safe practice. And so through that, a few things have to happen before a nurse gets back to work. That evaluation and that PA, yay, this nurse did it and she signed it. We're going to say that she signed a PA, she's ready to go. We've got her safety to practice verified. That could mean various things from so many negative toxicology testing to completion of treatment, but that safety to practice has got to be verified. And then our case managers do an amazing job. They do a job approval process. So we work really hard to help better educate employers on what it's like to help support a nurse through TPAPN, and then it can really be of benefit to them because these nurses, they not only are they working incredibly hard, but they have a huge safety net, right? In monitoring, likely there's going to be toxicology testing, therapy, a lot of support and resources around them. And so through that job approval process, we're able to identify, is this going to work with your parameters or not? And hopefully it does. And then we collaborate, and that is true. Collaboration is key. We collaborate with our work sites. And that doesn't mean that, we will get consent from our nurses to just talk to whoever their work support monitor is. And those conversations are not in detail. We're not here to tell that nurse supervisor exactly why you're in TPAP and what you're doing. We are here to review the parameters of that work agreement with them and ensure that if we identify any concerns, a return to use, a lapse, a relapse, return to previous behavior that we're concerned with, we would then contact them, say, hey, we may need to pull this nurse from practice temporarily until we can show that they're ready and to go back. And so it really is a collaboration, and that supportive oversight can be of such benefit. And then this one is the earned advocacy piece. So for the employer's responsibility, part of monitoring is that we are collecting data. We are collecting objective data so that that nurse can also not only show themselves, but potentially show the Board of Nursing, show their work site that they are in good recovery. They are taking this incredibly seriously. And part of that is quarterly reporting from their employer. We want to know how they're doing. Is there anything they're concerned about? Those kinds of things. And then we talk to employers and understanding that a TPAPN nurse is just like any other nurse they're hiring. They may have different parameters for a while that you may have to adjust to, but as far as policies, those don't change. We don't, we don't have time to go all the way into the employer guide, but that's a really good resource. If you all can be such advocates for this, as far as talking to other employers and ensuring them and send them our way, we'd love to talk to them. But we do have an employer guide that's really helpful at answering a lot of the frequently asked questions that we get in terms of how do we do this. I was one of those employers before, and so I had the great pleasure of hearing it directly from our awesome case managers and being like, well, now I want to come work for y'all because you're awesome. So this is what we focus on during that 3-year time period. Our main focus is recovery, of course, from whether it's substance use, dual diagnosis, mental health. And a lot of that is self-care. And no, I don't mean going to get your hair done once a week, right? We talk about self-care sometimes ad nauseum. I mean, the recovery process, having time to actually go to a therapy, go to your doctor, drink water, my goodness, get good sleep, good hydration, nutrition, all of these things that are daily functions we should all be trying to do to improve all of our health. And then the maintenance and demonstration, of course, of their mental fitness, sobriety, and then safe nursing practice. Again, we try to balance that support and accountability. So lastly, what happens now? So this nurse, let's say they completed successfully, they will end up just getting, upon their successful completion, They usually will do a little bit of a check-in and write up some information just as they get close to, completing the TPAPN program on how they're going to continue to sustain their recovery. And I like to say, I love this quote, there's multiple paths to completion. But this quote, I think, is so important when we're talking about being a recovery-based program. And it says, it's from Mental Health America, but healing isn't linear, and that's okay. Some days will feel like progress and others like setbacks, but both are part of the journey. And I think that is so true, because oftentimes a nurse may be doing really well and there's a setback. Life sometimes life's really hard. And most often, no matter what we're doing, no matter what we're healing, it's not linear. I can't remember the last time if I went to a doctor and the first thing that they told me to do, they got it right? There are, of course, the other option to that path is that there is closure. And we've talked a little bit about what closure looks like, that we have that safety net through our team over here at the Board of Nursing. When we close the case, there's a variety of reasons for closures that may have nothing to do with non-adherence, but it is worth noting there is that, again, healing is not linear. I am so grateful for this opportunity. Sorry if I talked your ear off. Please come to us with questions. I hope it was of use to you all. And thank you again. That's all I have. That's questions.
Any questions or statements, board members?
This is Ellie Adamson for RN Practice, and I just want to let you know how much I appreciate all the work that you do and how passionate you are over it. I think people like you make a difference, especially for the thousands of nurses that are working and struggling every day. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I have an awesome team. I will share that with them as well.
You've done a great job with TPAPN. Very good.
Ellie stole my thunder on that.
And you, Tony, because you work with her.
I'll happily say a couple of kind words to Brittany. Brittany and her team are amazing. I mean, it hasn't always been the case, but they're very transparent. Anytime we have an issue, we tackle it. We don't hide from it. We don't shy away from it. We tackle it as a team. We're cohesive now. That hasn't always been the case.
Right.
And kudos.
Mm-hmm.
Right back at you. These guys, they're amazing. I know they have to meet with me every week and hear stuff.
Yeah.
And it's football season soon, so.
I had a question, Madam President. Just out of curiosity, you said that you don't have an investigative team. If someone maliciously, and I've seen it happen, refers someone, you don't investigate, but they say, oh, they came to work and they were slurring their speech. Well, they have a 3-month-old at home or something like, who knows what all the reasons are. Do you take those that the nurse says, no, I'm not going to join because I don't believe that it was, and do you send that on even though you feel like it's a bogus?
So yes, it's in our, we do. A lot of times we'll have very candid conversations and we let the nurses know. I'll tell them, hey, because that does happen. And we tell them very upfront, we don't investigate. However, if that was me, call you guys at the Board of Nursing, let them know, because our obligation is that we do have to close it, but it's not a threat. It's just that safety net. So it is devastating that happens, but absolutely. And sometimes it's not necessarily malicious, but it's bad information, right? It's just, oh, you caught me on a really sleepy day. I didn't get any sleep last night because my transformer exploded. Sorry, Stacy, to call you. But yeah, so I think, and that's where having the relationship with Tony is so helpful, because oftentimes there'll be opportunities for us to kind of discuss that and say, just FYI, this one's coming to you, and it's either strange or we are concerned, or, there's not much to it. But yeah, we kind of tag out, but we do have the obligation to send it.
I do have a quick question. Brittany, your peer support volunteers, is it a part of your criteria that they have that they're recovering from substance abuse themselves?
So that actually is why we are considered a hybrid peer support, because what we do is that they do not have to have that criteria. What the criteria that they have to have is that they are a nurse that has empathy and compassion for other nurses that may be going through this. And so because of that, we do have training that our colleague Corinne Hernandez has put together, and it's very good, and it's basic training for individuals that may not have a lot of experience with addiction or mental health, person-centered care, motivational interviewing. So we do some training for those nurses, but no, we encourage all of our past participants to come back and give back, because it's such a great, it's a great opportunity for continued recovery, and we do have that happen. But not all of them have experienced substance use or mental health conditions. Great question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you so
very,
much.
Very
Thank
much. Very, very good. Okay, board members, at this time, we will do 7.4, which is consideration of fiscal year 2026 internal audit activities and fiscal year 2027 internal audit plan. So is Giselle going with him? Yeah. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Are you going to intro? Oh, go ahead. Well, thank you for having me. Yes, we have for you a few things today. One is the status report for our fiscal year 2026 internal audit plan. So as of our last presentation to you, we had presented all the reports that were on our plan for this year. We did have 2 other activities, though, that are required by the Texas Internal Audit Act. And so those are what I'd want to focus on today. The first one is our proposed plan for the fiscal year 2027, the internal audit plan for that fiscal year. What we have in there are 2 audits and follow-up over the 2026 open internal audit findings. The 2 audits that we have put on that plan are based off our risk assessment. Every year we have an updated risk assessment with management as required by our internal audit standards. We've done that. We've refreshed that risk assessment, and the 2 audits that we are recommending and proposing for our plan are the licensing process. So historically, we have looked at things like enforcement. We have looked at Operation Nightingale, but this is really the full review of the licensing process as applicants submit for nursing licenses in the state of Texas. So we would look at that. And then strangely enough, also the peer assistance program for nurses, really looking at validating the information and data around the reports and information submitted on that. We have performed similar audits of this nature for the Texas Medical Board, the Texas Pharmacy Board. They all have, those other boards have similar programs to the peer assistance program. And so it would be a similar audit for those actual detailed reporting testing. And then, like I said, the follow-up of our 2 audit areas that have open items, the information security and then procurement. So that is the proposed plan for fiscal year 2027. In that plan also includes our annual audit requirements for plan development, and then the annual internal audit report required by the Texas Internal Audit Act. Any questions about the proposed plan? If there are none, the other item that I wanted to focus on was our annual.
I do have a comment. Is there any way to sort of, when you make the presentation, really make it sort of exciting?
Internal audit is exciting.
Yes, there you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Nothing more than exciting than finishing mid-afternoon with internal audit. The exciting thing is we've got a compliance report for you next.
Okay.
The compliance report. This compliance report is given to us. The contents are mandated by the state auditor's office. And so the actual intricacy of this one is that this is a draft. We're presenting it to you in draft. We're asking for provisional approval. The reason for that is the state auditor's office does not come out with their annual guidance until the first week of August. So we're a little early, but if we don't do it now, we'd have to do it at the next meeting. This is due to the state auditor's office, the legislative budget board, the governor's office on November 1st. So we're just trying to be ahead of the game. So we're asking for provisional approval of this pending when the guidance comes out. If there's any changes that are required, we'd bring it back to you. Changes that they post new guidance every year. The changes in that guidance usually are minimal. In fact, the last change was actually moving one of the segments from section 4 to section 6. They just shifted the order of the segments. So that was the last change that they had made that was meaningful to the Board of Nursing. Just real quickly, there's 7 sections. The first section is a statement of compliance saying that when you approved it, that the agency will post this annual report to their website as required. Section 2 is a report over the 26 audit plan and whether we had accomplished it or not, its status. Section 3 and 4 are disclosures on. 3 is if internal audits provided any consulting services. We have not. And then section 4 is if there's been any external audit services procured, which there have not been. So those are pretty simple. Section 5 is it's the report on your auditors. So that's our quality assurance review. Because we're a Texas CPA firm, we're subject to peer review. This is our peer review report. This is our most recent that was just released as of our year, May 31st of 2025. The last 2 sentences of that are probably the most important to you. It gives you our rating, which is a pass, and that's the highest rating that's available in that rating scale. Section 6 is the internal audit plan I just talked to you about. And then section 7 is a simple disclosure on how the agency handles fraud, waste, and abuse reports. So that's the contents of it. Like I said, if there's any substantive changes when the guidance comes out, and we anticipate that around August 3rd, then we would revise and bring it back to you. Otherwise, we're asking for provisional approval today on that so that we can file it as soon as September 1st hits. Any questions? So it's exciting that we're ahead of the game. The agency's in front of our compliance requirements, doing well.
Good.
So. I don't have a cute dog picture. Sorry.
It is. I think it's being a nurse, not being an auditor kind of thing. You know, I mean, we have to do our own kind of auditing and nursing at different times, but to just see how far we've come with this is really good to see that we're on top of it. And when we very first started doing these, and to see that we're finding what we need to do and aren't doing, but then being proactive. So I do like, and I've said it before, and so when it first started happening, I was shocked, but I like color coding. High is red.
High is red. I will tell you that this is based on inherent risk, not residual risk, which is a very auditor thing of me to say. We look at risk and we assess risk at inherent, so that's without any internal controls, without the checks and balances. What could go wrong without any of that? And that's how we start, so that when we go in an audit, we can give management and the commissioners assurance that things are actually going right. So we want to look at the things where if everything was wrong, how bad would it be? We want to look at those areas first. And so that's why you have red on your report here. That doesn't mean that the internal controls and the processes are broken. It means that we want to make sure we're focusing our efforts in those places first before we do something else. And so it's a prioritization for internal audit, not the agency's at risk. So I want to make sure there's no false red flags there.
But it makes sense. Licensing, if it's not being done like it needs to be done, we could have a huge issue. Operation Nightingale is an example of licensing
Yeah, licensing and enforcement are your core functions. So,
Mhm.
you know,
Mhm.
we definitely want to make sure we're spending
Mhm.
the appropriate amount of time in those areas.
And then security,
Mhm.
information security.
Mhm.
So, any questions or statements or? Yes? Yeah. Yes. Okay, so we need a motion for 7.4.
Yep. This is Daryl. I move to accept the proposed fiscal year 2027 internal audit plan as prepared by Weaver and Tidwell LLP, and move to accept the fiscal year 2026 annual internal audit report as prepared by Weaver and Tidwell LLP.
This is Maisie Jameson. I second.
Mhm. And so, Daryl, you worked on this, and you said you even do some of that in your other life.
We just finished our audit on June 26th.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So then you were, so you know these guys.
Yes, I've worked with Weaver in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Great, great. Okay. No other statements or questions? We'll vote. I haven't gotten mine. There it is. And motion carries as we.
Yeah. See, that's the most exciting part.
Yeah.
The internal audit is done. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. I was going to ask a question. I have a friend who is works with the Waco ISD, and she is a procurement officer job or whatever. And she said y'all did hers. That they work with you guys. I guess y'all do a bunch. Do you work with Waco?
I personally do not work with Waco. So that is probably with our financial statement auditors, not our internal audit group. So that's somebody else. I used to do that, but then I switched over to the dark side and started doing internal audit.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, she was highly respectful and complimentary. So
great. Thank you. Yeah, they do good work on the school district side.
So thank you.
Yeah, and just to clarify too, yes, ours is financial audit, not, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, we will move to Nicole for 7.2, consideration of revisions for English proficiency tests and scores to align with health resources and Service Administration, HRSA, updated lists of tests and scores for foreign healthcare workers. Nicole, that's been a busy job. Yeah, I'm Francelli. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. This is Francelli Rogers. She is our Senior License and Permit Specialist and a wealth of knowledge about international exam candidates. So the item before you is consideration of those revisions. I'm going to shorten it to HRSA. We're just going to call it HRSA's revisions to the English proficiency tests and scores. I want to first set the stage of who this actually applies to. So who is required to pass an English proficiency test and in what scenarios? So Board Rule 217.4 applies the English proficiency requirement to foreign educated NCLEX exam applicants whose language of instruction and textbooks was not English. Okay. You'll also recall that a passing score on an English language proficiency test is a uniform licensure requirement from the Nurse Licensure Compact. So it is a requirement to be eligible for a multi-state license. The bulk of applicants who need to demonstrate English language proficiency are our international NCLEX applicants. We do see this come into play occasionally when people are requesting an upgrade to multi-state as well. So if they are a foreign educated nurse who currently has a single state license and wants to upgrade and their language of instruction was not English, they would need to prove English proficiency. This will not affect current licensees who hold a license already in Texas or are renewing that license, except in that scenario of upgrade to multi-state license. That's when it will come into play. Federal law does require that internationally educated healthcare workers who are seeking occupational visas demonstrate English language proficiency, and they basically defer to HRSA, which is that Health Resources and Services Administration. They're the ones who set the bar on those tests. In May of this year, they raised those thresholds and updated their list of acceptable exams. We're basically asking or recommending that our policy aligns with that federal standard, the new HRSA standards. The proposed revisions are outlined in Attachment A and basically mirror current federal requirements. And we think that this is going to reduce confusion for applicants and support an efficient licensure process while maintaining public protection. Lastly, just to reiterate, these don't lower any of the standards. Our previous policies actually typically met or exceeded. We had higher thresholds typically than HRSA. So these are, HRSA pretty much across the board raised most of their minimum scores. So we will be matching HRSA if this is approved. We do envision that if we approve this, we would work to notify applicants first, and we would post to our website with more of a realistic implementation date of September of this year. I am happy to answer any questions. I have Francella here too to back me up.
Thank you, Nicole. I have a question. I want to make sure I understand this correctly. So I'm a current license holder in the state of Texas. He said this doesn't apply to me. My initial nursing education was not in English. I have my current license, and I just completed a advanced practice nursing program, and I'm applying for licensure as an APRN. This doesn't apply here, correct? Unless that APRN, I don't think this exists, but was in a language other than English. Is that?
I would say APRN, part of the APRN application review process, this English language doesn't come into play.
Right.
Any foreign educated APRN, those are pretty rare that they qualify for APRN licensure. But if they held an RN license already and were a foreign educated nurse and want to keep it single state, we would not look at it again when they apply for APRN licensure.
What if they don't want to keep it single state? What if they want to get a compact and their APRN? Is this going to apply to them?
It will. That multi-state upgrade does require, the compact does require any upgrade to multi-state if they're foreign educated and not taught in English, they would have to prove English proficiency.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is Ellie. I had a question for clarification. So to build on what Drew asked, so if you have a license that's a nurse that's currently licensed and she hasn't had to prove this, and are they required to do this before they renew? And if so, is there a grace period if they don't pass, or what does that look like?
Upgrading to multi-state can be done at any point, so it doesn't have to be at renewal. We would still renew their license. We would just not upgrade it to that multi-state status until they gave us proof of that.
Okay.
People can request that upgrade through Message Center, so you don't have to submit an application necessarily. And we have a really great team who looks at nothing but compact upgrades. So, yes.
Any other questions? Okay. Then I need a motion, please.
This is Allison Edwards, and I'll make a motion. Move to adopt the revisions outlined in Attachment A updating the board-approved English language proficiency examinations and minimum passing scores for internationally educated nurse applicants to align with the Health Resources and Services Administration's updated list of tests and scores for foreign healthcare workers published on May 12, 2026, including removal of obsolete examinations and adoption of the revised minimum passing scores as presented.
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
So please vote. Motion carries. Thank you very much. That was a mouthful. So, and Francely, thank you for being there. You didn't have any questions. Thank you for your work. If we have Giselle, yeah. 7.3, consideration of updates for proposed legislative appropriations request, LAR, exceptional items to fiscal years 2028, 2029.
Good afternoon, Madam President and board members. I am going to provide just a brief update to our legislative appropriations request for fiscal years 2028 and 2029. So since our April board meeting, staff has continued refining our exceptional item requests by updating cost estimates, evaluating agency needs, and coordinating with our internal stakeholders. As reflected in the agenda materials, the most significant changes include expanding our staffing request to 5 additional full-time equivalents. So that includes 2 licensing specialists, 1 nursing education consultant, 1 administrative assistant to support the nursing department, and 1 IT system support specialist to support agency staff and our growing technology needs. So we've also refined our technology investments to strengthen our cybersecurity, disaster recovery, and updated infrastructure and software licensing costs. So last week, the Legislative Budget Board released the official LAR instructions, and the Board of Nursing's submission is due on August 14th. So this came with an accompanying policy letter that also requires all state agencies to identify a 3% reduction to their baseline budget for the 2028 and 2029 biennium. So while that requirement does not prevent agencies from requesting additional funding through exceptional items, staff is currently reviewing our existing budget to identify reductions that can be made with the least possible impact to agency operations. Over the next few weeks, we'll continue refining our cost estimates, supporting documentation before submitting the final LAR. And as outlined in today's board action item, we're requesting authorization for executive staff in consultation with the board's budget liaisons to make any necessary technical cost and administrative refinements prior to submission. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, I will just add that the additional FTEs in education, a little bit of background on that. We are receiving kind of an unprecedented number of new program proposals. We have lots in the hopper. And our practice has always been that if you're an education consultant, you have an assigned caseload of programs that you consult with, and
the reviews of new proposals that come in, which we can't really predict very well, are assigned on an ad hoc basis. Well, given the volume and the time and energy it takes, Dr. Smith and I have been brainstorming about how can we, make sure that the proposals, and it's not that they're not getting the attention they need. The education team does an amazing job, but it does increase their workload and it stretches them thin. So we are envisioning creating a team that is purely focused on new proposals so that they're not being pulled out of their, mojo, so to speak, working on another project, and more, timely focus and attention can be put on a new proposal. So that's the reason behind adding the education consultants and the administrative support compared to last quarter when you saw this. Yes.
I thank you for that explanation. I can't imagine the amount of work that staff puts into these proposals. My question is around how willing is the state? This is maybe an unfair question, Chris, so I don't want to put you on the spot, but it seems like a lot of the initial sort of screening for a new proposal really is very, this is a requirement, check yes or no. It's not a screening of how well they comply, but just sort of, is it there or is it not? Are there X number of letters of this and that kind of thing? How willing is the state to allow AI to come in and really help with that initial workload that's a tremendous human lift that, quite frankly, is tedious? And then it goes to the nursing consultants who have expert eyes and can determine sort of the value and validity of what's there.
I mean, I think that's an excellent idea. I think, given the proprietary nature of program proposals, we'd have to be, very cautious about any approach to embed AI. But, we are willing to look at new tools for efficiency. And you're right. When a proposal first comes in, there is a preliminary look at it by the consultant to determine if all the essential elements are there. And that goes pretty rapidly. The time-consuming work really comes in later in the process when we have two independent reviewers look at the proposal and then provide feedback. And then there's the other piece of the applicant having to make those revisions and submit those, which, we can control that only to a point. But we are definitely looking at ways to improve our process without burning out our staff. And it's obvious we need more staff to be able to do a quicker job.
And my question was not at all implying that staff's not doing their job.
No,
it's more to let, can we unload some of the more kind of basic administrative stuff that, quite frankly, doesn't need a professional nurse's lens to do, and then by the time they get it, it's a much more complete without worrying with all the little I's and T's, are they dotted or crossed. And I recognize, I'm being in education myself, I recognize the proprietary. I guess that's the right word. I'm struggling. Anyway, I realize getting things out into AI and depending on what system. I didn't know if the state had something in place that allows that kind of thing to happen because of the nature of state government work that is protected for the confidentiality of, in this case, the program or the applicant or not. I just don't know.
Yeah, I do know that there are some agencies who are using AI. I believe I heard one agency just purchased internal licensing for Claude. I spoke about Treo earlier today. If you go to their website, you can see that they have an AI assist that is designed for you to go and search up any regulation in Texas. And I dabbled with it for a little bit of time, asking nursing questions, and it was pretty impressive. So yes, and I want to add that specific to education, the other component is the presumption that we are working toward getting a new education database that will be critical and will definitely, our hope is it will definitely improve some of the efficiencies.
I don't know. I guess the last one was 1,100 and something pages.
I'm not sure quite how to ask this question, but what I understand is there are really two parts here going on. One, it's the need to propose a budget that shows a 3% decrease, and then there's the additional staff that we're going to be recommending. So are we able to answer that with two separate pieces? In other words, to show that,
That's an
our
excellent
decrease.
question, and that was the first question we all had when we received the instructions. Yes, and I'll let Giselle explain it. She'll explain it better, but they're kind of separate pieces. Giselle, do you want to add anything?
No, I mean it can be complicated, but like Chris said, it's a 3% budget cut going in, so we have to find where that's coming from. But then we get to ask for these additional FTEs. Really, is what it is, and the 3% is based off of our GR, so not it does not include our appropriated receipts. So it's 3% taken off of that, which is great. Yeah.
So I have a question. Just okay. So we have a budget and the GR, and that is licensing payments to us that we generate, and we have more nurses and more nurse practitioners. So we are making, and then we're passing through to the government, to the state. The money is there that we're bringing in, but we're sending it out. And so how do they look?
So I think that's a very, I'm glad you're looking at it that way, because the Board of Nursing, along with the other Article 8 agencies, we're not the same as every other state agency in Texas that receives revenue from the state. We generate our own revenue based off of licensure fees. And that's the difference. And I think that's the piece that we need to make sure that our legislators are aware of when we go and ask, making these requests. But yeah, correct. Right. And then if we say our cap is 15 million, that's our base. Anything that we collect beyond that does go back to the state. So we are giving them this extra money that they never actually gave to us. But it's exactly how Article 8 agencies work, is we generate our own revenue. But we have to still ask for it.
And our pipeline is endless.
Right.
So just trying to wrap my brain around it. Mm-hmm. Yes. 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 Okay. All right. Any other questions or statements or? Okay. I need a motion, please.
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to approve the refined staff recommendations for the prioritized exceptional items to be included in the Texas Board of Nursing's fiscal year 2028 and 2029 legislative appropriations request, including the current 2026-2027 base funding, and second, authorize board executive staff in consultation with the board's budget liaisons, Dr. Drew Riddle and Rick Williams, to make reasonable technical, cost, and administrative modifications. Good Lord. To these recommendations as necessary upon receipt of updated cost estimates, final legislative appropriation request instructions, guidance from the Legislative Budget Board or Governor's Office, or revision to base budget calculations prior to submission of the agency's final legislative appropriations request.
This is Maisie Jameson, I second.
Who second? Maisie.
Reread it.
Yeah, yours.
understand that?
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. If you'll please vote. And motion carries. Great. Good work. Thank you, guys. And it looks like that Rick and Drew have some more ahead of them. So we have faith. Okay. How about 7.5, report on May 1st, 2026 board member and staff site visit and review of the NCLEX PN and NCLEX RN examinations. So I guess Dr. Smith is part of that, and Ken. I don't know who's going first. Dr. Smith, thank you.
Well, I was going to let Ken do it, but I'll be happy to. From my perspective, I was able to take the NCLEX RN exam. It was enlightening, as it had been around 20, we won't say how many, but 20 plus years since I took the NCLEX exam. I originally did take it on a computer, though, so I'm not that old. But it was good. It was very informative. We were able to provide feedback on certain questions that may have been either just worded enough that it could potentially pose a problem with rule, but many of them were much aligned with our current practices, our current rule, and it was really nice. It was a great opportunity to really get a good understanding of the next gen questions, the unfolding case studies. So it was very informative, and definitely provides insight on from my perspective in education on facilitating implementation of our rules. So Ken, I'm going to hand it off to you.
Well, I just second what you say. It is a fantastic opportunity to retake a test that you haven't taken. They don't give you, there's no answers shown. I mean, I think so. I hope so. But I took the PN exam as well as an RN exam. And I believe everything, well, for my exams, when I took them, everything matched the board orders. What I would say is for some of the new members, I know that it comes at like a very, very strange time to do some of these things. I highly recommend getting in there and taking the exam. I mean, even you took your exam on the Scantron, 2 days on the Scantron. So, you know, now it's kind of condensed. You can go there. But it's not just looking at the questions. It is making sure that they are in compliance with our NPA here. Our rules and regulations, but also you kind of get a taste of what the students have to go through because you go through the same thing, right? The questions, the picture, the biometrics. And so it's very important to be able to see that and that security for the test as well. So I recommend doing it next time it's available. I try to do it every time anyways.
Thank you. Great. Thank you.
I think Ellen and Ellen and Lenora also went. Ellen and Lenora also went, and I think they passed you. Yeah, you did both.
I can't hear. So what?
You did both.
And what'd you think? Mm-hmm.
It was a long day, but it was eye-opening and very in this context.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I made a few comments about just considerations, mostly more so I think on the PN exam than the RN, but it's definitely worth doing.
Thank you. What did you think?
I'm not sure if I passed or not. It was interesting to see how things have changed since the first time I took it and when I had to pass it. But I had my books, my reading books,
Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Uh-huh. What'd she say?
She did know some answers.
Oh, yeah. Mm. Thank you. Thank you for spending that time to do that. Yes. Okay, let's see where we're at here. The fives. Allison said we need to go to the fives. Yeah, I do my color coding so I can see. Oh, okay. Advanced 5.2.1 Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Committee. We have no charges, and so we have no report. 5.2.2 Nursing Practice Advisory Committee. Again, no charges or report. And how about 5.3.2 Health Professions Workforce Coordinating Council and then the advisory committee?
Sure. Just a quick verbal report on the progress of the work of the Coordinating Council. And the council met on July 8th. During that meeting, a vice chair was elected and presentations were offered by the Texas Education Agency. And specifically, they presented on what they call their health science career cluster. And so they're starting the process of revising those. And those are curriculum, so to speak, of courses that are offered in high school that can provide high school students an introduction to health science courses, foundational courses, to really help them discern if they have an interest in entering into a health science field after graduation. There was also a presentation of the SNAPPy program. It's really gotten a lot of attention. And another workforce collaborative called the Health Education and Learning High School Model, which is a collab between Memorial Hermann and Aldine ISD. And then there was a presentation of the strategic plan for the Coordinating Council, which is really a kind of a almost like a dictionary, so to speak, of all where one can find all of the health workforce data in the state for all the different professions. And there was a lot of focus on nursing in the meeting. Of course, you know, nursing is the largest of the healthcare professions, and we're all familiar with the nursing shortage that is ever present. So there was a lot of discussion about that. And then if it's okay, Madam President, I'll move right into 532A, yes, which is the Nursing Advisory Committee, which is under the umbrella of the Coordinating Council. And so this advisory committee is, the staff lead is Pam Lauer, who is the director of the Nursing Workforce Center. And they have reconvened because after last session, it was recreated under the council. And so this was the first meeting of the Nursing Advisory Committee. It was cursory and the bylaws were reviewed. It was sort of an introductory meeting. Co-chair was elected, and there was a review of the bylaws related to membership and some good discussion to make sure as vacancies emerge, we are getting representation from all levels of licensure in education and workforce. And there was a review of the center's project updates and their next both the council and the advisory committee will meet again in November. And you probably know this already, but the Center for Nursing Workforce, in addition to collecting all of the education data in collaboration with our education team, workforce data, they also manage the Workplace Violence Prevention Grant Program. And so they have a lot on their plate. And you also see that there is an exceptional item to help, because our renewal fees fund the center to operate. And so they are really needing an increase to support their functions. Be glad to answer any questions.
I had a question about that. So we put in for them to get an increase last time and we didn't get it. And it's based on the numbers coming from the LVN license and the RN license and APRN also. I'm trying to, no, just LVN and RN. So why does it not increase going to them?
Because we need legislative approval to pass more money through, even though we're already collecting it.
Because they're doing more data and more work because there's more of the workforce to be dealt with, but it doesn't correlate then. That the money would be there because we have more LVNs that are paying and we have more RNs that are paying.
Right, the funds are there. We over collect what we pass through to them.
Right.
But the
even
legislator
like
has to approve it because it's not, remember that big Bible looking book? In there it says we can only give them X amount of dollars.
Right.
So until they say, okay, you can pass more through. But yes, you're right, we are already collecting what we're requesting to pass through.
And there is money there that could go to them
Correct.
and be more because they're doing more work. Is
Right.
what I'm saying. If we have more that we need to have data on, they're doing more, but we were turned down last time. But, okay. I just thought when I was reading it last night, I was like, the money's there because our numbers are up. Same thing. Okay. Thank you.
Are they going to be submitting the 3% reduction in their base appropriations too?
All state agencies are required to submit a 3% cut. However, it's typically based off of GR and not. So this was it's in their agency contract that we have with them, and so some of those funds are excluded from that 3%.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Question. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Any other questions? And that was a report only. 5.3.4 Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies Career Pathways Nursing Work Group. Dr. Smith.
Okay, Madam President and board members. I've been serving on this workforce group. It's been enlightening. So just some background for anyone that may not know. House Bill 3801 in the 89th session directed the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies to establish a one-time work group referred to as the Career Pathways Nursing Work Group. And there is an actual webpage on for this group if you Google it. And so they were charged to assess the feasibility of better aligning the certification and career pathways of nurse aides, medication aides, personal care technicians, and persons trained in nursing during service in the United States Armed Forces into the nursing profession. The work group consists of 14 individuals that represent the Texas Board of Nursing, Health and Human Services Commission, Texas Workforce Commission, Texas Education Agency, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and then there's a few other academic and healthcare professionals as part of this team. The charge of the work group included looking at the current standards and any regulations that affect the nursing profession, along with the feasibility of aligning licensure and certification requirements for allied health professions that include these individuals that I had listed, to reduce duplication towards nursing education pathways. The work group started in February of this past year with a public meeting and has met monthly in working meetings each month for about 2 hours each time. The work group will wrap up a final public meeting on August the 18th, and the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies will finalize and submit the report. It's officially due December 1 of 2026 to the governor and the legislatures. But I do know that the preliminary report should be summarized and pretty much finalized in September. And so this report's for information purposes only. No action is required. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, so how's it going?
It's intense. It's going good. It really is good. The work group members all have very diverse backgrounds and expertise in their areas. And so the discussions have been very rich and tried to be inclusive of everything everything you can imagine that would involve trying to align very different allied health pathways towards nursing. But I would say overall, the work group has done an exceptional job of looking at not only the streamlined pathways that we're all familiar with, but considerations of innovation and reducing inefficiencies while maintaining quality standards. So I would say the work has gone very well.
Thank you. Any other questions? It's like thinking out of the box, so why not look and see? Or if anybody gets a little bit of credit in one area that helps them move that way. So thank you. Thank you for your time on that. Okay. We started, yes. We both looked at each other. Do we need a break? Yes. Okay. So let's go ahead. We're doing good on time. And let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. We just have some of 9 to finish, and then we have the National Council. So, I thought she did. 5.3, yeah, that Nursing Advisory Committee, when she talked about Pam Lauer.
They voted for the bylaws.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's come back at 3:25. Okay, board members, I'm sorry, just a little housekeeping. If our, I don't see IT. Okay, we're back to finish up our meeting today. And we're going to go to 5.3.1, which is National Council of State Boards of Nursing. 5.3.1A is Report on National Council Annual Meeting to be held August 19th through the 21st in Chicago. And so in the nurse licensure compact meeting will be the day before, then on the 18th. Dr. Benton?
Board members, the report just provides you a link to the business book that provides a summary of the items that will be considered by the delegate assembly. Presidentship has designated that the delegates, each jurisdiction has 2 delegates who vote, and the delegates assigned are herself and me, and alternate delegates are Allison Edwards and Kathy Smith. The meeting is held Wednesday through Friday, and let me just pull this open. So during the meeting, there'll be a presentation of the candidates for election on the Board of Directors for NCSBN and the Leadership Succession Committee. There will also be updates from the various committees of the National Council, and there will be a vote on the examination fee. I believe I sent you all written information about this prior to this meeting. Glad to answer any questions, and this is not a voting item, but just informational. And also, just FYI, Nicole Buckingham will also be attending, and Carol Hawkins Garcia will be attending, Ellie Adamson, and Manny Cavazos. So Texas will have a presence, yes.
Did you say who else is going? You said that? I am excited for this opportunity to do this. It's always great to see what other states are doing and be a leader. And you know, Allison has been on the awards. No, the leaders. What were you on?
I've been on item review, and now I'm on the fund committee.
Yeah. So awards. Yeah. So she gets to pass out candy and popcorn and stuff. So yes. And so I think it's just great. A lot of boards bring a lot of people we usually haven't. So we've really pushed, you know, to be able to bring more and have some staff too. I think it just helps with engagement. So I do need a motion to direct the delegates to vote.
Madam President, I move to direct the delegates to vote on these issues after hearing and considering the discussion on the issues.
Okay. Thank you. And a second?
This is Ken Johnson. I second.
Okay. Great. So we have a motion and a second. If you'll please vote. Do I need a roll call? Oh, please log back in, it says. Mine was frozen. Okay. Yeah, nothing's happening. Okay. Yeah, I'll call roll. Okay, we need to take a roll verbally, and so say, when I call your name, say your name and how you're voting. Ellie Adamson. Manny Cavazos.
Manny Cavazos, 4.
Daryl Chambers.
Daryl Chambers, 4.
Carol Hawkins Garcia.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
Maisie Jamison.
Maisie Jamison, 4.
Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, 4.
Mary Grace Landrum.
4.
Kathy Lederhorn.
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Nancy Lewis.
Nancy Lewis, 4.
Allison Porter Edwards. Drew Riddle.
Drew Riddle, 4.
And Kathy Ship, 4. So motion carries. Okay, so now we just need to, we've decided as a group that we will go ahead and, for those of you in our audience, we're going to work through until we're done today. We won't be coming back tomorrow. So we're going to finish up and we'll be going into executive session in just a few minutes. So let's look at the review of the board quarterly meeting evaluation, 9-1. My computer, is anybody else closed? Everybody's out?
You just have to, Madam President, you just have to log back in.
Okay, so our computers are, are other people locked out?
I'm refreshing just refreshing.
What do we need to do? I've been clicking.
Do K-ship.
Person put, wouldn't expect anything less professional and detailed. The agenda was clear and insightful. Plenty of time to review in advance. Staff do a great job. Staff do too much on meetings productivity. Time spent by staff in preparation for meetings is always recognized. Very efficient. Number 2, all members were prepared. Members are easily engaged in material content. I overheard several members discuss how much time they spend reviewing notes and documents to prepare for board meetings. Enjoy this level of prepared reviews. Boswell and Lederhorn were absent. Manny was late. Appreciate that. All members participate. They were prepared in asking questions. Manny. Okay, reports were clear and contained needed information, concise and focused, excellent and informative, relevant information that's critical to provoke critical thinking, discussion. Appreciate the thorough and comprehensive presentation to the board. Really appreciate E&D presentation. LAR exceptional. So all you staff, listen to some of this. LAR exceptional. E&D presentation was great. We avoid getting into administrative management details. Again, staff provides foundation to avoid detail bogged down. High-level discussions that don't get into the weeds, but do review just the right amount of detail and recognize the importance. Number 5, a diversity of opinions were expressed and issues were dealt with in a respectful manner. Quiet group this time, imagine that, but because of good and easy access of information. Board and staff are consistently respectful with each other, love the interactive and positive dialogue with the goal to improve the communities we serve. Yes, always value the voices of the board and staff members. Chair guided the meeting effectively and members participated responsibly. Always fortunate to have Kathy's leadership coupled with Allison and Chris's direction. Always a superstar. I learned so much from her professionalism, etiquette, and grace. It's hard for me to read this. Exemplary role model. Thank you, Kathy and Kristen, for always directing the meeting efficiently. Sometimes. Okay. Number 7, future issues were identified. Talking about upcoming plans and events. Yes. None at this time, but maybe we can talk about a holiday party in October. We are a party group. Appreciated presentation and work on LAR again. All members were present. Several absences. 2 members not present. Manny late, Kathy B absent, Kathy Lederhorn absent, quorum. We did have a quorum, so that shows that, we can still function. Members were missed, but understand that we cannot all make every single meeting. A few absences. The meeting began and ended on time. Good job. IT was great with equipment and keeping us going. So, which we're happy about that. The meeting room was conducive to work. Frozen sequel kept us awake. I'm not sure what sequel. What I don't know what that was. Great job moving all the equipment. Remember, we were in the other building. We were at Barbara Jordan. So the temperature I think has been a little better here. But facility is good and cafeteria is available. Sound system issues. We did have those. I thought the room temperature was a bit cool. Sound system could be improved, and enjoyed the meeting place, but very cold for me. So we got that. Miscellaneous suggestions and concerns. I enjoy board development presentation very much. Truly look forward to those. None. So no suggestions. It's amazing how this is also well coordinated and put together. Yay. I just want to say one thing that one of our members, Kathy Boswell, had a cardiac cath on Tuesday, and it's why she's not here, and had a couple of stents, and she's doing well. And her humor, she was like, I guess I wasn't doing as good as I thought I was. And so she found out like at the end of the week, so that's why she's not here, because she really tries to be here, and we miss her and her ADN information. And she is having some leg vein issues. Also said, tell everybody hello. She missed being here. I told her, we always miss her as well. And she is going to have angioplasty in both legs in August, and she'll see us in October. So I said, we'll be thinking of her and praying for her. And so she's missed. Melissa had a family issue and couldn't be here, and kind of found out at the last minute. And, we always miss. Everyone is important. Everybody's input is important. And then Rick scheduled his anniversary trip at the same time and was very apologetic that he was not here because he doesn't like to miss, but he hated to cancel the anniversary trip with the wife. And so we totally understand. He's such a positive part of our board. So those are the three that weren't here today. So always good. Make sure you turn in your evals. And then we are going to still have a 9.3 a board meeting, eligibility, disciplinary committee meeting, informal conference dates, and number 9.3. So look at those. And then is it going to be like, so that way you can kind of be thinking about. Mm-mm. So it's passed out so you can look and plan for next year. So, and pretty much, you know, usually we keep the committees about the same, but it had your name by it. Did you want to say something? Or Patricia?
Just be on the lookout for a survey where you can sign up.
You said it'll come in October or after the meeting, or? And we can make adjustments if we need. Committees and everything. Okay, perfect. Okay. So that way you kind of know. All right. And the nominations, this is the time. And I don't have that form about the vice president. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. And before then, they will provide their information. Okay? So, so it's open at this time for those who are interested in being vice president. So,
This is Carol Hawkins Garcia. I'm going to put my nomination in.
okay,
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I'll put in my nomination.
okay. Okay. Is there anybody else? It's not. It's not limited if anybody else wants to. But we have two. So, okay. Thank you for that. And thank you all 15 or 13 of the 15 for saying that you would serve. Okay. So if that completes our information for today, and we will adjourn to. Right, we're gonna stop this part of the meeting and go into.
Madam President, do we have to make a motion on if we're going to consider a bonus? Not at all? Okay.
No, that'll be after this.
Afterwards?
Mhm.
Okay, thanks.
So what we're going to do now is go into closed meeting and look at the board's evaluation and our ED's evaluation, and then we come out of that, and if we have any motions, we'll do them then. Okay. I guess I don't have that in here. I'm looking for my. So you would go skip to right here. Oh, in the morning.
Yeah, because I wrote you the second script for Friday because this is supposed to be for Friday.
Yes,
so
you
since
did.
we're doing it early, this is the script that you would use.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. Do you need to tell the staff that we're not?
And staff, just know that you don't have to come back. Unless you want to, when we come back into open session, you're welcome to, but you don't have to. I know it's been a very long day. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you. So at this time, we will move into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, Texas Open Meetings Act regarding personnel matters, annual performance evaluation of Kristen K. Benton, DNP, RN Executive Director, and we will return to open session to consider recommendations and take action. We will also at that time, so that was item number 9.4, do agenda item 9.5, executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, Texas Open Meetings Act regarding personnel matters, annual board self-evaluation. So the meeting will now move into executive session, and we will return to open meeting upon completion of executive session to resume business in open meeting. Under authority of Government Code Section 551.074, this meeting is moving into executive session. The staff will clear the meeting room and post a notice for the public on the YouTube channel notifying the public. Staff members will not remain in the room. So the room is being cleared. Oh, hello. It's 5:40, and we're coming back out of executive session, and we have staff in the room, and Dr. Benton is in the room, and we've finished our board evaluation with some recommendations, and then we have discussed with Dr. Benton, and we are very pleased with her performance and how she takes care of the Board of Nursing and takes care of the agency and the staff and serves the state. And I'm trying to get my, here we go. And so we are going to have a motion for 9.4. So it will be to move to award Kristen K. Benton, Executive Director, 80 hours, that's 10 days of administrative leave time due to exceptional work as Executive Director of the Texas Board of Nursing.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Okay, so Manny is making that motion.
This is Mary Grace Landrum, and I second.
Okay. So everybody wants to make it and second it. So we are good. We appreciate the job that Dr. Benton does. And thank you, Dr. Benton, for what you do and how you take care of the agency and how the staff helps us to do our job more efficiently. So any other questions? Any other statements? Questions? Okay. 5:42, we're adjourned. Oh my goodness, we're not adjourned. There we go. Okay, 5:42, yes.
Yes, do an oral because we're out.
Okay, board docs crashed, and so we're going to do an oral vote. Here we go. 1 second. Look at all this. Ellie Adamson,
Ellie Adamson, I vote for.
Manny Cavazos,
Manny Cavazos votes for.
Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, for.
Carol Hawkins Garcia,
Carol Hawkins Garcia for.
Maisie Jameson,
Maisie Jameson, for.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Mary Grace Landrum,
Mary Grace Landrum, for.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, for.
Nancy Lewis,
Nancy Lewis, for.
Allison Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Drew Riddle,
Drew Riddle, for.
Kathy Ship, 4. So it's unanimous. Thank you for a job well done.
Thank you, Dr. Benton, our fearless leader.
Yes. 5:43. Now we're adjourned.